I got nothing better to do, so I figured why not go live? I don't do it, so I should probably start doing it more often. I'm not really much of a personality myself, but the animals are awesome. What was that? Oh. Go back to the... All right. And we're back. So there says, I did sort of lie. There is actually a heating element up there, but I don't have it on very much because all that heat rises from over there. So how about we do this one next? This is Hasselhoff. Hi, buddy. Hasselhoff is my Hypo Zero, who is also in shed. I'm telling you, everybody was in shed last week. I had a picture of his whole back shedded out. Oh, calm down, will you? Just trying to, can I take this off? It's hanging. You just gonna, okay, we're gonna leave it hanging then. This is Hasselhoff. And he does have a little bit of an attitude sometimes, but he's a good dude. Your standard male beardy. He will yeet himself off of me, so I gotta hold him over things because he will yeet. Hey, bud. Oh, there he goes. I had to catch him. He's used to this window. I actually have, if you see the videos on my channel, there's a video of me building a window sort of enclosure that hangs out of the window so that they can get sun and everything, but still the safety of being contained. When I can't bring them outside, for whatever reason, if it's like late, sometimes like this guy, my bearded dragons, they have a lot of freedom because they're not going anywhere. Like I don't have to worry about them getting in the walls or anything like that, like I would with the snakes. So the bearded dragons and the iguana. What? You guys gotta go outside? Do you have to go outside? Do you want to come and say hello? You guys want to meet the dogs? Come here. Come here, buddy. Aw. This is Logan. Logan is a Rottweiler mutt. He's a great big doofy dog. He's the biggest baby I've ever had. He's a very big baby. Come here, you too. You can come too. Say hello. Hi. This is Endo. This is my elderly shepherd. And right now his whole body is shaved up because he doesn't shed and grow hair as well as he used to. He's very old. But those are the guardians. The guardians of the convoy here. Those are my babies. That shepherd there, that's my soulmate. I love him to death. That's my baby. And then this one just wishes he was the soulmate because he's the biggest, neediest. If you hear whining in the background of any of my videos, it's him. If you hear barking, it's the other one. All right, ouch, ouch. That's enough. Okay, bye-bye. Love you too. Bye-bye. Go on, out. Hi, buddy. Is your hand stuck? No, you're just being a crapperhead. You are such a silly dude. Paper towel. So I used to, as much as I like to give everybody loose substrate even the bearded dragons. Him being a hypo 0, just every little speck of dust shows up on him, because when he's in a good mood, he's all warmed up and everything, he's white. He's a white bearded dragon. But right now, as you can see, he's gray. And you see he gets that yellow from being in shed and stuff. And when he's stressed out, like the tail turns black and he gets like that dark gray under the beard. Whoa, he gets that dark gray under the beard. He's a pain in the butt. Don't jump. He's gonna jump. Look at him. How'd that feel, doofus? I just let him at this point because... Hi. You alright? Was that good? Was that nice? Did you have a nice fall? Did you have a nice trip? Is that alright? You good? Silly. What is that? Anyway, as much as I like to have them on substrate, this guy being a white dragon, filthy, always. It's so annoying. And yes, this is a too small for bearded dragon enclosure. Y'all can hate mail me about it later. But I will tell you. Oh, that's my mother calling. I'm on live, woman. The secret to keeping a bearded dragon in one of these is to not only use the height, use all of the space, but it's all about the temperature gradient. Like, and taking them out. Like, if you're going to leave the animal in the enclosure all the time, never take it out, then it's not getting that outside exercise, enrichment, and all of that. But they do. They come out. He's on the floor right now. He could run around and do whatever he wants. He's probably not, because the dogs are outside the door and he's probably scared, but it's nothing he's never encountered before. I've had him for about a year now. So, or actually over a year now. He's about a year old. Oh, you're a little guy. He's fully scaled. That's why I wanted him. But, because I don't like leatherbacks or silkbacks are criminal. Scaleless, look, they're gorgeous. Don't get me wrong, but it's kind of an abomination. Imagine being born without your skin, sort of. Or like those people who are born without hair, I guess. I guess that would be the like hair or nails. Like, imagine you don't have you're born without fingernail. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's not right. It's not how they should be. But they're gorgeous, sure. They are pretty. And, you know, if anybody's willing to, some people say you have to, it does take like extra care and stuff like that to take care of those guys. But like, I'm just not interested. I like the scales. One of the reasons that I like handling them is for the way their scales feel, not just the dragons, not just the snakes, like all of them. Like, their scalation is what makes them look prehistoric. So when you take that away, you sort of take that away, you know, you take away that prehistoric sort of look, and then it just, like, silkies are super sickly looking to me. Like, I've never seen a silky that just looked like a healthy bearded dragon. They always look like they have, like, it looks like a person who's been in a fire. As horrible as that sounds, like, it looks like a person who's been in a fire, and I don't want anything like that. Hi, bud. He's on the move now. You can go. Just don't come after my toes. So anyway, temperature gradients in these enclosures. You need to have like a cooler end of like 80, you know, somewhere around there, and which is on that side. And then the hot spot, I guess now is probably a good time to get the heat gun, huh? I'll be back. Oh, where are you going? Watch out, bud. You stay out. Dragon's loose. You stay out. Hi, buddy. All right, where are we at here? We are at 105 is the basking spot right now. And I have a lower wattage bulb in here than what would normally be in here because it's so hot in the room that it will increase the ambient temperature. It doesn't really need more than that. We got 102. Down here, it's 94. In this cave is 90. Up here is 90. And down there, it's a little closer. It's 88. But like I said, it's super hot in here. But a temperature gradient of 88 to 105, that's still a pretty good gradient. So as long as you can provide them with that, and when you put substrate in there, you can get a much cooler, cool end. But like I said, him specifically, I was having to give him baths like every day because I hated how black his feet was getting from digging around in the substrate or being, you know, sitting in the substrate. And he's a gross pooper. Hey, Endo, out. Endo, old man, out. He's partially deaf, my old dog. Out. No, you too. Dragon don't have nothing to do with you guys. So yeah, it can be done. Obviously, I'm going to upgrade them. Don't think that I'm going to leave them like that. Like the other one that's in the living room right now is in a 46 by 28. So you could put your 4 by 2 by 2 probably almost in it, you know. It's like, was it 46 or 47? I think it's 47 actually. 47, 46, or 47. But it's 28 inches deep instead of 24. So you got 4 inches more. It's 2 inches shorter this way, but it's 4 inches longer this way, and that's on the longer side. So it's technically more square footage than the 4 by 2 by 2. And that one is actually not as tall because the dragon that's in it is disabled, so he doesn't really get around as much as he used to. Well, that was actually given to me as a, that one was, oh, I need to make a video on that guy. He was given to me, I thought he was going to die. Like, I thought it was going to die within a month. It seemed like it was going to die, and that was almost a year ago. And he's still in there. He looks amazing. He's put on weight. He was all skin and bones when I got him. So thirsty. So, like, it just wasn't eating. Endo! No. So, like, I gave him more space because he was using it. This guy, I will give him more space because he's all over this enclosure. So he will get more space. It just has to wait until we move. Because that's, you know, that's part of the thing. Is that a lot of the animals can only get upgraded when we have more space. Look at him running around. You see him? Hey, bud. Go ahead. Take a run. Go for it. Oh, I didn't even catch it either. Where are you going? Hey, buddy. Endo, out. Scooch. He is a healthy dragon if you see him. Oh, if you see him. That's so... Bearded dragon wobbles are the cutest thing. I love how they just waddle all over the place. It's adorable. Oh, I'm trying to suction cup back to this window here. All right, come here, you. I know. I gotta give you some food. It's coming. It's coming. So he did poop, so I had to clean that. But there's nobody down here. That one's empty. This one is also empty. That's where That's where Sonia was. That was my sister dragon. She she passed unfortunately a couple months ago. She was laying eggs. They were duds. They were infertile. I never bred her, never paired her with a male. The closest she had ever been to a male was her on one leg and then Hassel on the other leg. So never paired, never left alone with a male or anything like that, but they will still lay slugs. And when she did, she developed a tumor or something. It was like a mass, a hardened mass. I don't know if it was like her eggs had clumped or together or something, but it happened. She started laying on Saturday, and Sunday I noticed she was not looking good. So on Monday, I was going to take her to the vet, and she had passed Sunday night. So we didn't get a chance to go to the vet. And these things happen, and I'm still very sad about it. And that's why her enclosure is still empty, because I can't bring myself to put anybody in it. That makes sense. It's just I'm still a little heartbroken. It only happened a couple months ago. I'm still a little heartbroken about it. So, you know, these things happen. Let me check on the green tree. See if I could kind of go up here. See, there's the green tree is also in a 30. Yes, he or she will be upgraded when we move. Part of the reason why I feel like I need to move is because these guys need bigger enclosures, and I have already rehomed quite a few. I've already rehomed a few, so what I have now, I want to keep. Everybody that's here now are keepers. I mean, my Woma Python, I will say, if somebody wants to give me an offer on the Woma Python, it's an adult. She's like, how old is she? Like 4 years old? She's about 4 years old now, approximately 4.5 feet or so, 4 feet. She chooses violence. There's no other way to put it. She chooses violence at every turn. As soon as I'll show you. I'll get bit for the sake of the video. You guys want to see me get bit? Let me know. You want to see me get bit? I hate getting bit. You want to see me get bit? We'll do it. That'll be the one. She will come through every time. This one too. This one will bite. That one will bite. I don't let him, but that one will bite. Bonsai. This is Bonsai. Hi. And we were on the earlier live, we were talking about like the intelligence of the animals and stuff. The green tree is also learning the hand gestures. So it's worked at least a couple of times now where I've been able to do that. The difference with the green tree is much shorter span of patience for interaction or for anything, really. So it'll work if I give them the signal. It'll work. But if I get in there and I start jostling things around, you know, it'll only take a couple of minutes before he's like, all right, that's enough. Get out of my room, you know? And I have to respect that. Or I'm going to get bit. So, just for the sake of that here, I'm not going to let this one bite me. You guys are out of luck. The Woma can bite me. I'm not letting this one bite me. And much bigger teeth. But no poops. Perfectly clean enclosure. I know you see me. Okay. No, that's fine. Breathing hard. I did touch it. Yay, I touched it! No, I don't. They're delicate, and I mean, some people who keep them will say that they can crash out from stress and stuff. And I mean, it's originally a wild caught. I don't know how to say it. Biak green tree, locality or whatever, but gorgeous. Kind of reminds me of like a yellow fronted Amazon parrot that has like the yellow band across the eyes. Let's see if we can, let's take you guys over here and have a look. Oop, without, okay. That with a very blue tail, which is hiding right now. See, getting ready to kick me out of his room. Her, I don't know. But look at that cute little yellow band on the eyes. I've had this one for at least, I would say, have I had you a year? Almost a year? When did I get you? Maybe not quite a year. Not quite a year, but I've had it for a while, and it's doing much better now. Hold on, let me try to put you back here. So that one is in a barren enclosure, which I don't normally like to do. I'd actually like to put that one in a planted enclosure, just because a planted enclosure will provide a lot more humidity than a dry barren one. But I do have the water bowl is kind of, you know, over the lights that are on the bottom enclosure. There's no heat on that one either, because all the heat rises from the bottom enclosure from this one, and that's where that one's going to get the heat and humidity comes from the bottom enclosure. So, you know, I've got it elevated up over the top by at least a couple inches, a little over a couple inches from the lights. So that's where it gets its heat. That's how I save money. You know, they're sharing heat just from one being above the other. So that's something. But so the Woma, there's not enough people watching to warrant getting bitten by the Woma python. But if you guys want me to do a video on the Woma python, let me know. And I will, because it's definitely entertaining, because she does this thing where she gives you this false sense of security. She's so cute. She has like the cutest little face. And then, you know, she'll be there, like, it'll look like she's being curious and cute. And then all of a sudden she'll start dancing. Like, she'll start dancing, her little, bobbing her little head around and like caudal luring and stuff. And then all of a sudden she's biting me. She'll even bite like the hook. I'll put the hook. Where's the hook? I'll put the hook on her, and she'll turn around and bite. She'll bite the hook. She'll bite the handle part. She doesn't care. She's crazy. She is crazy. But that's the Woma python. And it looks like somebody else came out to say hello. Y'all are going to love this one. This is a hypo bullsnake from John John Hannum's line of blue hypo bullsnakes. Hi, pretty girl. I know, I put my hook away. How silly of me. And I don't even know if you guys can see it. All right, yeah, I got you on the wrong way. Let's turn you around. There we go. Oh, she's giving me an attitude too. But do you see the color on this animal? It is insane. She did recently shed. I got to pick her shed out. It's in the back, so she shed sometime this week. So she is in full color right now and putting on a show. This is Valkyrie. And that's my Hannum Blue Hypo. Look how blue that is. It's like a very slate blue-gray color. Very bright, bright orange. Like the cameras don't even convey just how incredibly orange she is. It's like very red almost. Okay, you did that to yourself. All right? That was not me. Stop it. No, don't come at my face with that attitude. Look at her tail. It's like a tiger tail. She's so pretty. So this is, apparently it's a line of, I think, Trumbauer Hypo. But, man, that is just absolutely stunning. That's, like, I'm honestly conflicted on which one looks better, her or Jeffrey. But where is your shed? Here it is. Can you let me go so I can grab it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're scaring yourself, dude. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's going to break. There we go. Another full shed. Where are you going? How are you going to... So dramatic. Do you mind? She's wrapped around my bun. Okay, there we go. All right, yeah, I know it's warm in here, and my temperature is high. And I tell you what, if you have a high temperature, like your hands, if you run hot, I'm running hot right now, so they are extra squirrely. But I'm trying to put you back if you let go. Go, go, go. I got your shed. Go ahead and go. I'll get your poops later because you're being a shit. Oh, actually, the poop is right there. Hush, dog. Anyway, a little frantic there. If your body temperature is high, they're gonna feel it. They're gonna feel it. So when you touch them, they're cold-blooded creatures. So when you touch them, they're gonna like you know. And then we have this one. I already cleaned him because I took him out the other day, but I'll take him out again to show you because he's sitting right here in this hide. And that's Hugo, my dwarf Dumeril's boa. There's a dwarf. This is a 5-year-old Dumeril's boa. He should be massive by now. He should be massive. But he's maybe 4 feet. At 5 years old, even for a male, the very first Dumeril's boa I ever met was a very large male. Like beefy, like a big, long, beefy male, and I fell in love with it. I was like, oh, I want one. I have to have one. And I was like, well, if that's how big the males get, let me get a male, because a female might be a little too much for my space here. So I thought, let me get a male. He's blushing. Look how pink he is. Oh, that doesn't even show on the camera. A little more on this side. Turn your head this way. You can't even see it. He's all pink on the sides because he's blushing. Snakes blush, by the way. They are shy creatures and they do blush. But so I mean, for 5 years old, I expected he would have been huge by now. And as you can see, he's not missing meals. You know what I mean? He's definitely he's beefy. He's just a little beefy guy. Little Danny DeVito, huh? No, but his name is Hugo. That's Hugo Boss. That's what I named him. Because I thought it was a boss move. I traded. I got this animal for nothing. I got him for a female carpet python that I was giving to a breeder. So they are strong though. Yanking the bun right off of my head. So my carpet python was going to a breeder, and instead of like a loan or anything, we just traded, and I took him home. And then found out later that they didn't take care of the carpet python. They stuck it in a rack. She was used to living in a large arboreal enclosure similar to the one that I have in the living room that's 58 inches, something like that. It's big. It's like 58 inches, 60 inches. It's about 60 inches. I got like this 5-foot enclosure. So she was in something big and arboreal like that with all the branches going across and the whole nine. And they stuck her in like a breeder tub. And I don't know, for some reason she crashed out. Like, she was totally healthy. I'd had her for years. Well, nothing wrong with that snake. But now I don't know, because I know people do this, will say, oh, the snake died. No, it might not have died. They might have just turned around and sold it. And that's fine. Because once you give somebody an animal, it's theirs. So they are allowed to do whatever they want with it. It's, but I think they sold her. They told me that she died, but I think they sold her. And that's just the nature of trading animals. It kind of happens that way. But I am not disappointed at this guy. He is a sweetheart. I wouldn't trade him for the world. I wouldn't trade him for a bigger one. I would get another one. I'll get a female. I'm considering it. I'm not interested in breeding boas, but I'm considering it with these guys. Just because they seem to be holding value pretty well. Value, if you want to look at animals that way. But there is a demand, is what I should say. There is a demand for the species. And I don't think the supply is quite there. And the ones that are supplying, I love Jason, but man, $700, like, the same year that I bought the first one I had was pure evil. She hated me. She absolutely hated me. And I gave her to somebody else because I was like, she won't eat. Like, she was evil incarnate. And I think that might have just been because I had her in the living room in like a display type of enclosure. And it might have been too much stimulus for her. Like, I know this now. Back then when I first, got her, that was my first experience with the species. So I kind of didn't really know exactly what I'm doing, because each one is individual. She was evil incarnate and he's an absolute sweetheart. And it might have just been because of how I was keeping her. Like, that might have been the thing. That maybe she just didn't want to be in the midst of all that living room action. I've got the dogs barking, they're running around, the house is old, so it shakes in the living room and stuff when they're jumping up and down and wrestling with each other and stuff. So it's a possibility that's why she was not tolerant of me at all and then wouldn't eat. She didn't want to eat. So I ended up just kind of giving her to somebody who was going to breed her, going to raise her up and breed her. And keep her in a tub. And from what I heard, the one update that I got was that she was doing just fine. So it happens that way. But I ended up, when I bought her for $200, a female and a baby for $200. 2 months or a month or so after I gave her away, Jason's selling them for $700. And I'm like, since when? When did they suddenly become $700? And I'm like, you know, I mean, sometimes you pay for, because it's a well-known breeder. That happens. You know, he's a great breeder. He has amazing animals, beautiful animals, very well taken care of. They're all very healthy. None of them are overweight. I love Jason. His family is beautiful. I just could not imagine selling them for that much. And I was like, wow, I need to get another one. Like, holy crap, let me get one before they're suddenly $1,500. And then the opportunity came for me to get this one, and I wasn't going to turn it down. So I definitely released my carpet python, my female carpet python, to get him. So that was a fair trade. And at the time, he was priced at 500. So I traded for a carpet python that I got for like 150. It's kind of a no-brainer, right? But it was she was older at that point. She was years older and much bigger. She was probably like 9 feet long. So she was definitely worth more, I would say, in my opinion. But that's if you look at the worth of the animal. I don't really do it that way. They're all priceless to me. They're all like completely, they're precious gems. They're all my precious. You hear me say that all the time on social media, my precious, especially for Alfred, my tortoise. That's my precious. So, you know, but this one's a sweetheart. He's just really small. So I think I do have a dwarf Dumerils, which is cool. It's kind of cool, right? It's kind of cool. I mean, this in a 4x2, like he's never going to grow out of that. He's already 5 years old. He's not going to grow out of a 4x2. He's only 4 foot long, you know? So, and he's such a sweetheart. He's one of those ones that will actually climb on me and kind of hang around and, like, you know, he's exploring sort of, but he's not really trying to go anywhere. I mean, he could. There's like this, I'm sitting right, there's a thing right here. His enclosure and Valkyrie's enclosure. There's the shelves right there. And he's just kind of cruising. Cool thing about Dumeril's boas, and a lot of people ask about that. It's like, what is it? Why does the chin look like that? That's just their markings. That's what they look like. And he's got kind of a freckled belly. He's so cute. And their little faces, the little masks on the side. I love that. That's like such a cool, that's one of the things that I fell in love with them for, is the story, the little urban legend behind them. Like when people find them in their homes on their island, that they consider it as their ancestors, the faces of their ancestors have come to visit. I think that's so sweet. So, I don't know, it's kind of cool, but he's special. This is Hugo. Very special animal. He's a sweetheart. He wouldn't eat for me at first, when I first got him. And that was, again, like I said with the first one, I was trying to keep him the same way. I actually put him in a tub, started eating just fine. And then I put him in one of the big slide tubs that I use like for the ball pythons, and that the hognose snakes are in right now. And he started eating. And then I realized, like, he doesn't like to be fed. I have to drop feed him. Like, he doesn't take it from the tongs. He won't take it from me. So I have a bowl that's actually from the dollar store. The bowls that you get from the dollar store, flip it upside down and cut a hole in it, and it makes a nice hide. Well, when I flip it back over, I put his food in there, and he'll come and get it that night. So come in the morning, it'll be gone. So I drop feed him. He's very polite. He doesn't like to snatch food. He's very polite. So he'd rather be drop fed. And that's Hugo. That's Hugo the Dumeril boa. Take a look. That's a beautiful, beautiful animal. I love this guy. Old man, get out. All right, buddy, go ahead. Go on. Do you want to go back in or no? Want to see some bigger boas? Okay, not feeding you. We're not feeding right now. Calm down, lady. Oh yeah, if you watch the channel, you'll see I still have this and I still use this thing that I made from dollar store materials. This is a broom handle from the dollar store and a 4-inch paint roll from the dollar store. So for $2, it's a big old snake hook. And this can actually, it will bow for, you know, if there's too much weight on it. But it can hold up like maybe 4 or 5 pounds at least. I can maneuver 4 or 5 pounds with this. So that's not bad for $2. Because I tell you what, let's look at the others here. And look, it's not about me being cheap. It's not. Because these things are not cheap. And I have multiples. I have a couple smaller ones too. And then that other one that I actually attached a new handle to, the one that I was using earlier, that was one of those telescoping ones that have the handle that extends. So this one's nice and thick, and it separates in the middle, and then it's got a venomous pincher on the other side, whatever it's called. It's the thing that's like, if you need to catch, it's like a safer, you know, to firmly hold them in place without causing any harm. And that one's got a nice thick sort of thing to it, you know. And then there's this one. I don't even remember how much that was, like 30 bucks. And this one was like 40 bucks. Big ol'. This one I had got specifically for like the big boas and like my Burm. My Burm is still a small guy. Smaller than he's gonna be. But this is a great big hook right here. Look at the size of this thing. It's huge. So, I mean, I have appropriate hooks. You know, it's not about being cheap and all that stuff. It was the whole reason why I did that was to show you guys that it can be done. And you don't have to have a whole lot of money to do what we do, okay? You don't have to hold, it shouldn't be like gate kept by people with money. And it's kind of annoying when people are like, well, you have to have this brand of something. You have to have this sort of product. And they're all branded products. Like, y'all are overpaying for branded products. Sorry to tell you. But if it's a rep to something, it's going to cost more than if you just buy it straight from the manufacturer. And when you get it straight from the manufacturers, it's cheaper. Like, it's the same products, but cheaper. So this was one of those DIY projects that I did that I still use to this day. I actually, whenever I need to pick up like one of the bigger ones, like this boa I'm about to grab, I grab this one. I don't even grab the other ones. I grab this one because it's comfortable. It's the right height. It's a custom height because I made it myself. So it's exactly where I need it to be. I have enough space to do what I got to do. Use this against my arm to rest it for like weight support and all of that. And I still have the hook, and it's still, it fully functions. $2 it took me to buy this, to make this. And I use it more than the hooks that cost $30 and $45. So we're about to use that one to pick her up. Hi, Shug. This is a social call. I'm not feeding yet. She's got stuff in her water bowl here. Ugh. Substrate. They kick substrate in the water bowls. And still, the boas with the big dog bowl water bowls from the dollar store. Plastic. Easy to clean, easy to sanitize, all that. Hi, Shug. Do you mind if I come in here and touch you? Hello, you're so pretty. Hi, pretty girl. Hello, pretty girl. Hi. Oh, you're so beautiful. You want to poke your head back in there so I can grab you? Come on. Oh, you are too big for this hide, Missy. You are too big for this hide. Yes, ma'am. Look, she's she didn't want to let go of the hide, but she's too big for it. This is the most expensive snake in my collection, or at least the one that I paid the most for. Hi. Excuse, can you come out of there? Hey, come out. Come out, come out. Let me set her down to make it easier. I don't want to stress her out. Hi, Shug. There you go. Come on. Atta girl. Come on. Lady. Seriously though. Get out. She's so big and so strong. We're almost there. Hi. Can you undo? There we go. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. No, don't grab it again. Come on. There we go. Atta girl. There's my pretty girl. Oh my goodness. You guys. Look at that. Ooh. That's a beautiful boa. This is the most expensive purchase, animal purchase I've ever made. I'm not going to say how much because I kind of think she was a little overpriced, but I did get a little bit of a discount because I do know the breeder. And I buy feeders from them. Oof. And she is a Super Key West is her morph. She's Super Key West, boa constrictor BI, boa imperator. She has that beautiful gray face, like her whole gray head. And then like underneath her chin is also kind of silly gray. Look at that. I kind of, well, you can see it. She's fighting me right now. She's very strong. She's very strong, and I don't like to make it to where she's uncomfortable being handled. So I try not to force her to go my way. I gotta let her do her thing. But seriously though, look at that. She's gorgeous and she's multi-tone. She's got a straight, like her stripes go all the way down, all the way around to the tail, and then look at the tail. Come here. Can we see your tail? No, don't go over there. You can't go over there. Here, why don't you go that way so we can see your tail. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Oh my gosh. She's good. And it looks like a hypo right there. Honey, where for art thou going? Oh, she's in the shelves. Well, you know what? I guess. She's gone. Come here. No. Don't you dare. Come here. You're going to knock over things here. Oh my gosh. You know, boa constrictors, I tell you what, if they do not want to be handled, you can't tell them shit. She's definitely going to do whatever she wants to do. and go wherever she wants to go. Come on. Come down. Come on. My goodness. Go, go, go. Do you hear all this commotion? Lady. My goodness. Oh. You're gonna make the gecko drop her tail, man. Now watch out with that. I got her. She was wrapped around the legs of the shelf that's beside the thing. But yeah, so this is, that's boa constrictors. A lot of them, like bearded dragons that you see, a lot of them, most of them are overweight, honestly. A lot of the people you see, I see post them all the time. I'm like, that's a fat snake. You know, and she's borderline pretty thick. But she still has that square shape to her. I don't know if you can see that there. She has a very square shape to her. Very muscular, very beefy. Look at that adorable little spot on her tail. Are you kidding me? There's no motley in the pairing, apparently. But this is what she came out with then. I mean, it's probably crazy to pay that much for a snake I have no intention of breeding. But, I mean, look at her, though. Look at that. Like, wow. She's gorgeous. That's a beautiful animal. With her grayed out head, she didn't have all that pattern on her face, just like the eyeliner, sort of. That's so pretty. She's so pretty. I fell in love with this snake the moment I saw her. It was at an expo here at the Raleigh Repticon. And that vendor, the breeder, unfortunately doesn't vend there anymore, thankfully, because, God, I'd probably buy more snakes. But I'd probably buy more and pay the, overpriced for them because it's worth it. Because, I mean, look at her. She's stinking gorgeous, man. Woof. That is a hot piece of snake right there. She looks like tiramisu. Doesn't she remind you of tiramisu? That's what I should have named her. Her name's Karen, though. Karen Buttons. And buttons because of the eyes. Like, her eyes look like little black buttons. She's got very dark black eyes. Very cute. So she got little button eyes. And when I first got her, when I first brought her home, because you know how it is when you're at the expo. They're all sweet and kind and handleable at the expo, and then you get them home and you put them in an environment, that they can feel more secure in. They're going to be a little more protective of their environment. So she was a little territorial at first, and that's how Buttons ended up being named Karen Buttons. And now I'm like, girl, I should have named you Tiramisu, because look at her. She looks like tiramisu. She reminds me of that tiramisu wafer dessert. It's delicious. You are a delicious looking snake, kitty. They're all kitty. Even the dogs are kitty. But I should probably use this opportunity. I'll put her in here so I can clean her enclosure out, or, well, no, I don't want to do that because she'll get right down. All right, go in there real quick. Oh, all right, blood pressure machine, let's go, let go. Oh, goodness, she holds on tight. For being that size, she's incredibly strong. So you know what? Let me go through high vanishing paintball. Let me me see here. I do have emails that I wanted to look at. Or do I? I don't know. No, that's not the one. Trash. I might have put them all in the trash. All right. Partnership proposal. That's not the kind of email I'm looking for. Well, I guess I didn't save them all, but there are questions that I usually get. One being heating the tubs. I heat the tubs underneath. On one side of all of them, there's a heat mat. I don't put them on, like the heat mats are on rheostats, okay? The rheostat is different from a thermostat where it basically, a thermostat will turn the power off and on according to the temperature, where a rheostat will just sort of only apply a certain amount of power, kind of like a dimmer. It's like a dimmer basically, so it keeps the power dim, so it's not receiving full power unless I turn it up all the way. And then what? I'm about to put you outside. Oh, and in case anybody's wondering, the cat is still, still have the cat that we found in the warehouse. She is actually outside in the Tegu's enclosure, where the Tegu used to live, because unfortunately he did pass when we had a cold snap. That's a sad story too. That's the hardest part about keeping, especially on a scale where you have like a lot of animals. Like eventually you're going to deal with losses. And in that case, it was, I keep him outside. I've kept him outside for years. He's what, 7 years old? And I've kept him outside since he was 2. The reason why I put him outside is because this house is small. I was going to rehome him. We didn't get along at first. I was going to rehome him because we didn't get along. And then I couldn't find anybody who could provide him with better accommodations than what he was getting here. And I'm not going to give him to somebody else so that he could end up in a situation that he's going to need rescuing from. So for a while, I left him in the smaller size enclosure. It was actually one like the boa's in right now, the big boa. I kept him in that for a while. We was definitely outgrowing it. So he got a lot of outside time though. So he got a lot of time outside of the enclosure. He would free roam the whole house. It was before I got a cat. So he free roamed the whole house and everything. And, the dogs didn't mess with him. He didn't mess with the dogs. He'd climb on the furniture, get comfortable on the couch in front of the window, he had free range of the house. He was able to free roam the yard as well. So there was plenty of, space. But as he grew, once he hit like 4.5 feet, I'm like, I cannot keep him in a 5-foot enclosure. He's 4.5 feet long. Like he can't really move around. Like if he decided to thrash, he might break a tail or something like that. I don't want that to happen. So I decided to set him up outside, and it's not all the way outside. It's actually on the screen porch. On the back porch is like a screened in porch. So I sectioned off part of the screened in porch, just using 2x4s and chicken wire, and just kind of built a wall, like a chicken wire wall with like a substrate barrier, and then filled it with substrate right there. And he had the whole screened area where the sun shines through to get his like UV and stuff. But I also kept a mega ray in the dark corner just in case. So like on cloudy days or something, I don't know how they bask on a cloudy day or a rainy day or anything like that. So I still wanted to make sure he had UVB on those days that he wasn't getting full sun. So I put him, he was living out there for years. And this past winter, like this year, I'm in North Carolina. We had some days that it was like 2 weeks where the temperatures were like 80 degrees during the day. And it started to rise at night. It was like 60s, in the 60s, high 60s, mid to high 60s overnight. And then during the day, it was up to like 80 degrees. And this is like March, April, something like that. But then a cold front came through. I didn't realize that it was going to be as cold as it got. And at 2 weeks at 80 degrees, he's ready to eat, you know. And the way that tegus and reptiles brumate or estivate is different than hibernation that bears do. So like a bear will eat and build up a lot of fat that their bodies can metabolize as they sleep. It's different for reptiles. They have to clear their systems out because their metabolisms slow down. So their metabolism is not really functioning the way it normally would when they're in like full heat and all that stuff. So being that it was kind of a shock to his system that all of a sudden we went from an 80-degree day to 20-degree overnight. And this literally happened overnight. Like this is a thing that happened in North Carolina this year. We had a cold snap, and unfortunately he passed during that cold snap. I'm assuming it's because he ate something. I didn't feed him a lot because I wasn't sure, because it was still, what was it, like late March, early April? It was still kind of, you know, I was expecting that we were going to get a little colder weather. I just didn't think it was going to get that cold, especially overnight, from 80 degrees during the day, 20 something at night. That's not normal. Not even for North Carolina. Like that was excessive. That was super excessive for him. And he didn't make it. It looked like he still had like food undigested in his belly. So unfortunately he passed, and that was Corey. He was a core animal. He was somebody, he'd been here, like I said, for 7 years, and he'd been living outside since he was 2. And I tried bringing him in before during the winter, a couple years before, and he didn't do too well. Like, he did not like being brought inside where he warmed up, even though he wasn't really, it didn't seem like he was ready. Tegus brumate for a long time. Like, they can brumate half the year. That's crazy. That's probably why they live forever, because he brumated every year that I've had him. So, that was heartbreaking. That was pretty bad when I found him. And I went looking, like, because I was just like, it's been cold. Like, I didn't see him come back. Because we were still getting, you guys, like 80-degree days, like really hot days. When that cold snap came through, it was still hot during the day. And then, like, freezing at night. It was weird. So, I mean, there was really kind of nothing I could do. And I was really sad about it. But it happens. And I mean, like I said, there was nobody who was going to give him better accommodations than what he's getting, especially not once he lived outside. Once he was put outside and he was in a massive enclosure outside that he could be all over, he could climb. There was like, there was a tree that came down in the front yard, and I hauled those branches, like these branches that are this big around. Bro, trees are heavy. Okay. Trees are heavy. I brought these branches, were like super big, because they're still out there. And I dragged like 3 of them, 3 broken, fallen branches from the front yard to the back, and set them up in his enclosure. And that took some effort, but, so he had like trees basically that he could climb and bask on, like the branches that he could be going horizontally across where because it was like a corner. So he's got screen on this side and screen on this side, but then this wall here was the chicken wire, and then this wall here was the house. So he had that corner of screened in area to bask in the sun, and that corner gets a lot of sunlight in the morning. And then down on the ground level, the sunlight peeks in from the other side of the house, because we are south facing. So the window, where the sun comes up is like over there, and he was getting it morning sun at the upper levels, and then down below he was getting sun from the evening that was coming in from the other side once it had gone over to the other side of the house. So, you know, being full sun, you know, full sunlight, all that stuff, and everything, and he was content. He was super content. Like, there were times that I would open the door so that he could come out, and like the house door would be open. He could go in and out the house. He could go in and out of his enclosure. He could go all over the yard. And he would just stay in his enclosure and hang out. So, I mean, he must have been content, right? So, and there's videos of that too on the channel if you want to go take a look. But yeah, things happen, and sometimes animals don't make it through weather conditions when you keep them outside. That is a risk that I understood with having him outside. I still wasn't ready for it. Like, I wasn't ready to say goodbye to him. Like, we'd become friends. We didn't get along at first, but we became friends. Welcome back, Dominic. So yeah, so that's what happened. That's what happened to the Tegu. That's why I don't have the Tegu anymore. I still have the monitor lizard. She goes outside. She scratches at the door, actually, to go outside because she's kind of potty trained, which is really easy to do. If you have a young monitor lizard, or even like the dragons, if you see them scratching at the door, try to bring them outside into the yard and let them, you know, securely, of course. Don't. I didn't tell you to release your animals into your yard. Secure yards on harness. You know, when they're younger, put them on a harness or something. You know, do it safely. Be responsible. Have common sense, for crying out loud. All these people who are like, oh, I set my bearded dragon down and it ran off. You think? I mean, sorry, but you think? So, you know, common sense. But she is actually now the monitor. She doesn't run off. She never did, really. But when she was little, I did start her off with a harness, and then she started going without the harness. So anyway, we need to get back to playing with Noodles. But yeah, let me get this out of here. So this Karen, that boa that I just had, this was her hide, but she obviously no longer fits in there, as much as she refuses to believe it. So I have instead one of these. And where's my knifey knife? So you're gonna make a hide with me right now. We're gonna make a hide together. Let's see, out of this 3-gallon. This is a 3-gallon tote. This one's a Rubbermaid 3-gallon tote. I do have some bigger ones. Should I give her a bigger one? She's not quite big enough yet. I mean, if she crams herself into that little one, I think she'll be fine with this one. That's it's much bigger. You can see it's much bigger, so I just want to give her a little bit more space in there. So that's what I do. I get, I think, a pack of 6 of these, although I bought multiple packs, but they come in packs of 6. And this is a 3-gallon Rubbermaid tub. Just your basic, you know, super basic tub. And what I do is just put a little hole. Maybe not a little hole, big enough to put her big butt in there. Probably bigger than that. would have been a lot neater if I wasn't standing up in front of the camera here, but. And that's it. Just put a little hole on the side, fill it with substrate, and I moisten the substrate as well. That one got me right in the face. It popped me in the face. Make sure your edges are smooth. Something you can do. Well, it would help if it worked. But anyway, go around the edges with it. I'll do it over here with another lighter. Was kind of a torch lighter, so see, and there's no scratchy. Take away the sharpness of it. But I mean, these costed me, for a pack of 6, it was how much? Like 30 something, $39.99, something like that. $40, I believe, for a pack of 6 of these. And tell me if you're going to find a reptile hide this size at that price. Nope. Unless you're buying wholesale from like the manufacturer or something, then maybe yeah. But I do have to put some more substrate in it because she's just got the bark that's in here now. And as long as it's clean, I put the same substrate that she was already using in addition to fresh substrate because it's probably got her scent on it. So in order for her to become acclimated and know that this is a good safe hide for her, I want it to have her same smell in there. Ow. What was that? I just scraped my toe on something. And I foolishly do not have a substrate bin in here because I did clean. So the substrate bin is outside. But I do have lots of moss that I can put in here. Home Depot, $6. Well worth it. Where's my wet thing? Here it is. Oh my god, you guys, it's so much cooler in the living room. It is seriously hot in this room. Home Depot, $10. I got it on high flow, so it's definitely pouring quite a bit of water in there. And I keep my boa constrictors, like I said, higher humidity, 60 to 70 degree, or 60 to 70%, and lower temperature. I don't go over like 85, 86. That's kind of pushing it. The Brazilian rainbow boa, super high humidity, I don't go over like 82, 83 with him. That's a very cool kept species. So there's that. Let me see if she's got, I'm pretty sure she's got a turd in there. So let me go grab her turd. And a shed. She has a shed. It's a full shed, but it's all balled up. I might actually need to use... Boa constrictors poop a lot. I shouldn't say a lot. They don't poop a lot necessarily. It's just that when they do poop, it's a lot of poop. They don't do it frequently, but they do it in volume for sure. So I'm about to pull her back out. We can get another look at her before we put her back. Miss Karen Buttons. Button-eyed Carrie. What was that? I don't know what that was. There's all kinds of noises happening over here. I mean, it's Saturday. I don't really expect a whole lot of people to be watching right now, but I did leave it. I'm going to leave them up. My channel is not monetized or anything, so not until I get the subscribers. So if you're watching, subscribe. It's kind of a catch-22 because if I had more subscribers, I would post more content. I would put more effort into the channel if I had the subscriber count. However, it's a catch-22 because I don't get the subscriber count unless I put out more content. So it's kind of like, what do we do? I'm busy. I'm here by myself. There's only me here. So I take care of all of these animals by myself with a more than full-time job, like 60-hour-a-week kind of job by myself. So it's tough, and it's not like I'm complaining. I'm not complaining at all. I'm definitely doing what I gotta do to make sure that they're taken care of. It's just tough to put out content on a regular basis when I don't have like the subscriber count that I need, because I feel like I just have it on here for my own sake, or like to share the videos, because like I'll get into the group and I'll share the videos, especially when certain questions are popped up, like, you know, how do you cut the bearded dragon's nails, or whatever, like size of feeders is a big question. The enclosures, the tubs that I make, like I get that all the time, like, do you have a video on how you make it? I'm like, yeah, it's been sitting on my channel for 7 years, you know, have a look. But nobody knows because they're not subscribed. And this is not going to fit in here. Well, well, well. It doesn't fit. Son of a gun. All right. It fits, but there's this other thing in the way. I think we can take this tube out. She definitely outgrew that one. Oh, there's some more substrate there. Alright, let's put this under here, like so. And then drag it all back. Wait, am I? There we go. Alrighty then. Where there's a will, there's a way. Alright. And more poop. Well, not poop, but urates. Okay. Water. I do have to get her water, so I will be right back. And we're ready to take her back out. Put her back in her enclosure. She's another one that the enclosure she is currently in is too small. And obviously the plan is to build at least a 6-foot for her. For both of them. Or all 3 of them, because the Burm needs a bigger cage too. So, yep. Hey, girly. Come on. Oh my God, why do you have to fuss? Come here. She fusses so much. There we go. In case you missed it earlier, this is Karen, aka Buttons, aka Tiramisu. There we go. She's cool. She's super cool. She never did like being held. Sometimes they just don't. Yeah, she gets super like squirrely about it. But at least she doesn't bite me anymore. She used to bite me when I first got her. That's why I named her Karen. She used to bite me. She's not bad. Once again, look at that tail. How cute is her little tail spot? Oh, don't you go for that. She's going for the shelf again. I'm putting her back. All right, go ahead. There you go. Atta girl. And I say girl, but... Yep, that's a girl. Okay. That one is done. Who should we pull out next? What do you guys think? Who's on here? What's this? I did just get another message. Hi. Okay, I got 2 devices here. I got this device and I got my phone right here. So, I was saying the Wilma python earlier. If you guys want to see me get bit by the Wilma python, subscribe. Because I'm going to get bit by the Wilma python as soon as I try to handle her. I do have a false water cobra. Do you guys want to see that? She shed, so I have to take her shed out. Hi! It's not food time. Hello. How are you? Look, see my hand? I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing with her too. She knows. She knows what it means. Oh no, I broke it. It's stuck to the this is the false water cobra. But I broke it. False water cobra shed. Hi, you can come out if you want. She's a bit of a slob. But she also has one of the things because she fits in that. It's nice and big. Ah, Shug. You guys probably hate the fact that I'm doing all this stuff off camera, but it's a pain in the butt to take the camera down because it's suction cupped to the window. I tell you, the false water cobra is another one that needs the big scoop to scoop her poop. I gotta watch out because I just put her in food mode by accident. So I'm gonna have to diffuse her. Hi. You can come out if you want. Look. No food. No food. That worked. I'm cleaning her tub and I went to do like that and that's kind of the food signal. My bad. So. See if she's willing to come out and be nice. Oh, there's some more shed piece over there. Come on out. Come on out. I know, she's a big girl. I also got the false water cobra from John Hannum. She's not any type of special morph or anything. And her water dish is a whole tub here, which also should probably be cleaned out. Hi, do you want to come out or not? Come. Don't hood up at me. Come here. I know, I took all your things away because I got to clean in there, Missy. Come here. So this is a very large female false water cobra. Hey, don't bite me, Kay. Don't bite me. I don't want to get pooped on. I'm more worried about getting pooped on than bitten by my false water cobra. Because she will absolutely poop. She just needs a minute to calm down. She just has to, I don't hold her very often. There we go. Are you chilling out? You gonna calm down? Her name is Isis. Her name was always Isis, but when I introduced her to my social media pages, I had the additional name of Venus because I didn't want to be ostracized for naming her Isis for obvious reasons, but I did name her Isis because of that like line behind her eyes. She's gorgeous. She is a little squirrely. They are not, this is not an arboreal species, so being up in the air like this is uncomfortable for her. She almost knocked over her water tray. So I'm going to put her back. She actually isn't really, I'm not going to say she's not handleable. Obviously, I'm handling her. She's not hooding up right now. She's not biting. She's not striking. She's huffing and puffing a little bit, but nothing major. And I have been, I don't want to say tagged, I've been more scraped by her with her teeth. She got me here. Why don't you go inside the thing? Go inside the thing. There you go. So I have been scraped by her teeth and I didn't have a reaction. I am allergic to bee stings, but I didn't have a reaction to being scraped. So it's really, they gotta chew into you. Like a simple tag and release sort of thing is not, I don't think that's gonna cause a reaction for people. Like, you know, obviously results may vary, but me being allergic to bees and wasps and things like that, I did not have a reaction from her doing like a simple scraping with her teeth. It was itchy as all get out. And it probably was like super itchy for about a week, but that was it. Like I didn't get any swelling. I didn't get any reaction to it other than it itched. And I get itchy reactions for all of them. Like every time I get bit, it's an itchy reaction, except for the monitor. When the monitor bit me, that was also just a grazing of the teeth. Hi, peekaboo. No food. Still no food. I'm just chilling. When the monitor grazed me with her teeth, there was quite the laceration. Like it definitely, where'd she get me? I think it was on a ring finger or something like that. It was kind of like she wasn't really trying to bite. It was more of a, oh, I see something wiggling. Let me see if that's something I can eat. And she just sort of like opened her mouth. My finger went in her mouth, scraped her like teeth with my finger, with my skin. It tore my skin. But she realized instantly that it wasn't food. She didn't actually bite down. She just sort of cut me with her teeth, which is how it is. She's just poking her head out. You are so cute. You are so stinking cute. They have really big eyes. It's really funny. It's the closest thing I'll ever have to a cobra. But, okay. Hi. I know. I'm not trying to threaten you. I'm just sitting here. Do you want a rat? You get a big fat rat later. You want a big fat rat? You just should. You're probably hungry. It's coming. Give it a second. You out. So let me real quick all this shit back. I do need to just have her water. Hey, can you go back inside? Thank you. Let me dump this and fill it. Hi. Yeah, I still see you. Hello. Actually, I'm not going to fill it. You want to come back out or do you want to go inside? Do you want to come back out? I got to look at, I thought the screen was flashing. Is the screen flashing again? I can't tell. Hey. Okay. No foods. No foods. I'm going to put you back, okay? I'm just going to reach. I'm going to reach. That's okay. It's okay. Atta girl. Let's show the people. She's so cute. She often just kind of hangs out with her head hanging out like that. There you go. Back home in your safe space. There's that. It smells like another snake. Enjoy. So periodically with certain animals, if you just like, I actually will take something from another enclosure and kind of drop it in there. Obviously everybody's been through quarantine already, so it gives, especially her, because she will eat snakes and lizards and birds and everything else. The false water cobra seems to eat everything, but I just gave her a leafy thing similar to this that was in Karen's enclosure. So she's sniffing Karen right now. Just cute. I wish I had one of those. I need one of those. Maybe somebody can link me or email me. But I need one of those cameras that follows you so that it could track me throughout the room without me having to dismount it from the thing. I definitely should get that. Or like, isn't there like a drone GoPro thing that like follows your face or something? I definitely need stuff like that. I could definitely use stuff like that. So the female bull snake, the big female bull snake, because that super blue red one is also a female. Oh look, dominoes. That's not for me though. It should be. Did she soil? I think she soiled. Her water needs changing. I know that much. But there's also in here, there's also the Burmese python. I don't know if you guys want me to pull that out. I mean, he's easy. He's my favorite. He's my favorite one. I think that's definitely my golden child. My special one that I foolishly bought, knowing damn well I didn't have enough space in this house. Don't ever do that. Do not do what I did. I got him. I actually sold one of my breeder females in order to get him, because I felt like, because I didn't have that much space, I would have to be -1 in order to add something that big, that's going to get that big. And he's easily over 6 foot now. He's 3 years old this month. Actually, he'll be 3 on the 22nd, I believe is his hatch day. So he'll be 3 years old this month, and he's not 10 feet, he's not anaconda thick. He's a very healthy weight, very good body condition. And he's my favorite, and he's just the sweetest. Like that one, because he's so big, I'll say with him being so big, I'm comfortable with him actually being like loose. Otherwise, like not in this room. Like the other ones, I'll only let them loose like in the bathroom, because there's plenty of stuff they can climb on in the bathroom. I can turn on the shower and, just put a little steam on it, and it'll be nice and humid in the bathroom and warm. And they love it. The monkey tail skink loves it, the big boa, the big girl that's on the bottom one, she's staring at me right now, wondering where her food is. I know, it's coming tomorrow, because yours needs extra time to thaw out. But, so cute. What else? The false water cobra can hang out in the bathroom, get a lot of humidity. The Brazilian rainbow boa will hang out in the bathroom. But the berm is big enough that I could, and chill enough that I can let him hang out in my bedroom and it won't be a big deal. Like, he's not going anywhere. He's not going to hide. Where is a giant 6-foot snake going to hide? Something skinny and small, it's different. It's harder to keep track of something that's slender bodied, even if it's 6 foot long. But him being, I mean, he's a good meaty, he's probably about like that. He's pretty meaty. So not quite as meaty as my big boa constrictor, imperator, whatever, imperator. But he's chill enough that I am comfortable with letting him roam loose. So, and he's been waiting patiently for food. But we can pull him out in a second. I might have to, I don't know if I'm going to have to start the live stream again because it looks like it's flashing again. Do you guys see the flashing? It's hard to say because the ceiling fan is on, so I know there's a little bit of a blink because the ceiling fan and the light and the reflection of it on the it's reflecting and everything, and I can't tell. So let me know. What is that? Okay. Hi. What's up, buddy? No, not for food. I'm going to try to angle this. So it can be seen better. Oh, ow. And then I stubbed my toe. Fantastic. Stubbing of the toe. Well, it only goes so far. I'm trying to... Okay. That sorta does it. Alright. Hey, who knows? You might see me get bit again. Or not again, but you might see me get bit. Where's my... This one is definitely in food mode right now, so I gotta be careful. Hello. How are you? So this is the signal that I give when I'm trying to interact with them. Like, that's the signal that I give for them to stop. But then that's the signal that I get. You see how he like stopped and then kept moving? Hi. How are you? There's no food here. No food here. You don't have to go back in. There's no food though. He said, well, if there's no food, I don't want it. Hi, buddy. You ready to come on out? Hello. He's like on the shelf. He loves the shelf. I will say there is a pretty good difference between like retics, I'd say, and Burmese as far as like needed space for enclosures. I've never had a retic, but they are way more arboreal than this guy will ever be, even at full size. And he'll hang up on, he'll eat mostly, actually, most of the time he's up on the shelf. But if it was like branches and stuff, he'd knock them down. This guy is heavy. He's thick. He's girthy. He's healthy though. I mean, he's not really fat. He still has his muscular creases. This is just a hypo. This is a hypo, but he's an exceptional hypo because he's a triple het. I can't say that I'm not gonna breed him because I've already been trying to breed him, but that's my hybrid project. I am trying to create little balls, little berms, little ball berms, berm balls, whatever. Say what you will. I don't care. You know, people, I know earlier in the first video I was like, oh, I don't like scaleless because it's like such an abomination. And people can say the same things about hybrids, and that's totally justified. However, for my personal, for me to keep me, I want one. I want one, and I don't want to pay $3,000 for one. So I'll make one. But I definitely want a berm ball because, I mean, they're basically giant pet rocks, right? Like, this is a giant, that's why his name is Boulder. He's a giant pet rock, thanks to AJ for that name. AJ Bryant named him for me. I thought it was so clever. I was like, yes, that's perfect. But he was just being sarcastic. I don't think he thought I would actually keep the name. But he's triple het, albino, green, and granite. But I'm not breeding him to another Burmese. So his hets really don't matter to me. I don't really care for the greens so much. I don't really care for, because it muddies out the contrast. I don't really care. The granites are okay. Granite I feel like is better in the normal coloration, but him being a hypo or whatever, like, I don't know. I don't even really know genetics that well for Burmese, but I fell in love with him. He's so pretty. And I got this guy from Derek at Left Side Reptiles, who's also, I got a few animals from him. But they no longer, this is from the last clutch, because in Georgia, he's in Georgia, and in Georgia you can't have berms anymore. So this was part of, I guess, the last clutch of babies that he had 3 years ago when they implemented the ban. So he's mine. And, you know, I do give Derek updates. Anytime I get an animal from someone, I will spam you with updates. That's just me. And likewise, if I give you an animal, spam me with updates. I want to know, how is it doing? How is it growing? How is it eating? How's everything going? Let me know. Let me know. Because I love to hear it. I love to see how you have them set up. Usually I ask to see what an enclosure is like before I sell an animal. So like, or give, because I probably give away as many as I sell. So if not more, if anything, there's a lot of my friends who have my animals and I didn't charge them for it, you know, but I want to see how they're doing. I want to see what you're going to set them up in before I even give it to you. And that's just for my own personal peace of mind, because like so many keepers are not doing, you know, the way they should with these animals and keeping them in subpar conditions. We all know what happened with that Samson fucker. So like, it's just, I'm very particular. So I keep these guys clean. I keep them well fed, but in good body condition. And I hope that anybody who gets an animal from me does the same. So I welcome all the spam pictures you want. I don't care if you message me every day. I will never get tired of watching my babies grow in your care. So please do. Always do an unboxing video. I always do a boxing video. So I'll be able to prove what the condition of the animal was when I shipped it to you. And I want to see how you received it. Just the same, you know? And you should do that not just with me, with anybody. You should do that with anybody. Anybody you get a snake from in the mail, do an unboxing video, because you never know what's going to come out of there, what it's going to look like and stuff. He's a big boy. Look at this. He's he's all the way wrapped around me and still could touch the floor if he stretched. And I'm, what am I, like 5'7", 5'8"? Yeah, this is my favorite snake in the entire collection. If I could only keep one snake, for whatever reason, if I could only keep one snake from the entire collection, it'd be this guy. He has exceeded my expectation of having a Burm. You know, I actually expected him to be a little feisty once I got him home. None of that. He's been a sweetheart the whole time. He's basically a giant ball python. Even in the way that they're kept, like the humidity and the heat requirements, it's no different. It's just on a much larger scale than a ball python. The food is larger too. This guy's eating like colossals and small rabbits. I haven't tried pigs yet. I think he's still a little too small. I did actually, the last order that I picked up, the last order of frozen rats that I had picked up, he let me know that they have pigs now. And, you know, I saw the size of them, of the smallest ones they had. And I was like, that's still just a little bit too big for Boulder. But, you know, he can take rabbits, small rabbits, like less than a pound or a pound rabbit. He does get colossal rats, and I feed him maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks. He tries to eat every week. If I have like, usually it's like a ball python or something in shed that I didn't catch that, you know, I ended up defrosting for and they didn't eat. If somebody doesn't eat, he gets it. It's between him and the big boa constrictor. They get all the extras. They get the spares. They do. And I mean, he's not fat. He's solid. He's thick, but he's not fat. See that? He's not a fat snake at all. He's a very healthy weight. Just happens to be a heavy weight. Look at that sweet boy. Oh my goodness. Him so precious. I swear, if I could only keep one, this is my baby. I love him to bits. No. The answer is no. Not for sale. Absolutely not for sale. Never, ever for sale. I'll be 80. If I could still have him at 80, I'd still have him at 80. 80 pounds or 80 years old, whichever comes first. Probably 80 pounds will come first, though. I think, what did I weigh him in at? I think his last weigh-in was like 6 pounds, 7 pounds, something like that. I don't remember. But he's thick, though. He's really, like, girthy and solid, very muscular, very strong. But he doesn't, like, throw his weight around like the boa constrictors do. The boa constrictors definitely toss their weight around. This guy, he just slithers. He's all over, like you see him, he's all over the place. And I mean, that's my baby. This is one of the few that I'll actually like just lay in bed and watch TV and like let him just kind of chill there with me. And he'll chill there with me. I'll have to lock the cat up, obviously. But he'll just chill there with me. And oh, I think we disconnected there for a second. But yeah, he'll just calmly sit there with me just like a ball python might. Actually, my ball pythons are probably more active than this guy is. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the housing requirements are a little bit different than a reticulated python. Because these guys are a little more sedentary. They don't really move around that much. He's always in the same spot all the time. I know he moves around. I see evidence in the substrate that he moves around and stuff. And obviously he poops in certain spots, which is obviously it's on the harder side of the enclosure to get to because it's only open on one side. So I have to like reach all the way back to the other side to get there. But he's got what size is that? 5 gallon? I think he's got like a 5-gallon hide, which is just a tub, a big gray tub for a hide. Same thing as the black ones, cut a hole in the side of it, Fill it with damp substrate and sphagnum moss. Good to go. Full sheds every time. Perfect animal. Perfect animal. I wouldn't change him for the world, I swear. I'm a little nervous about him getting too big, but I did meet both of his parents because Derek had brought them to Raleigh to try to move them because of the ban in Georgia. So when he was doing the Repticons, he did bring them to try to sell them. So I did meet both of his parents, and they were not unmanageably big. Like they were, I think he said the dad was like 14 feet and mom was like 12 or 13 feet, something like that. And they were hefty, like they were thick. They were definitely thick, like probably thicker than I would keep them, to be honest. And they had big blocky heads too. Like his head is not that blocky. Like it's not quite my whole palm. His parents' head was like your whole palm. And that's cool. I'm down with that. Like they were really good, large, impressively large, and yet still manageably small enough to have. So I couldn't not buy him. I held him. That's Derek. He does it to me. Derek does it to me. He'll put a snake in my hand knowing damn well I'm going to fall in love with it if he does. And then I end up taking it home. I got 3 of his animals already. And I'll probably end up with more. Probably once I move, I'll have more space. But yeah, this is definitely my favorite. This is definitely my favorite animal. Well, my favorite snake. For sure, my favorite snake. I mean, not necessarily my favorite animal, because my old man shepherd that's laying over there off camera, you can sort of see his little tootsie right there. But my old shepherd is my soulmate. That's my baby. But he is old, so he's on the back 9, so to speak. So I can't, he's still my favorite animal in general because he's my soulmate. That's my baby. I've had him since he was too young to be away from mama because I found him in the desert. And I brought him home, and that was 2013, I think, something like that. But he's definitely showing his age. I mean, it's 11, 12 years old doesn't seem like a lot, but he's definitely showing his age. For German Shepherds, that's kind of towards the end, unfortunately. I'm not okay, because when that happens, even just thinking about it's making me sad. Like, oh my God, he's nearing the end of his life. I've noticed he's having a harder time holding it, like when he has to use the bathroom. He's having a harder time like climbing up onto the furniture. And, he doesn't want to it takes him a second when I take him somewhere and we go in the van. I have a van. It's not a huge van, but he does have to jump up. And it takes him a second. Every once in a while, I kind of got to give him a little push with his butt because he's an old man. So, I mean, he's healthy. You can see him. He's healthy, but he's old and I don't want, whoop, sorry. Did I scare you? I didn't mean to do that. I was like, oh no. I didn't mean to scare you. But no, this guy. I can't imagine reptile keeping without him anymore. Like he's one of the highlights. He's always the first one to have his face at the door when I'm, in the room doing things. He's not head shy at all or anything. I mean, you could see by the that crease right there. He's not under or overweight. He is perfect. He's was that right? Yeah, that was about right. He's about with my arm. About the size of my arm. Look at that. Oh my gosh. My big boy. I'm so excited. I'm excited for him to get bigger. He will have a outdoor space for himself when I move. That's one of the things that I want to do for him is put him like in a greenhouse sort of, so that he can enjoy the outside. I do bring him, he's one of the ones that I do bring out front. So he goes into the yard in the grass and slithers around the grass. And I haven't seen him try to climb any trees. The big boa constrictor will definitely climb a tree. I got to catch her before she gets too far. But he hasn't really climbed any trees unless I put him on a branch, which at this size now, he no longer can stay on the branch. The whole branch falls down because he's a bigger dude now. But he'll go in the grass and just kind of hang out. I'll go check the mail or put the trash at the curb or whatever. And, you know, this guy will be hanging out in the yard, just chilling. And that's my baby. It's a very big boy, but I do hope to hybridize him with the ball python. Sorry for you guys who hate the hybrids, but like I said, it's because I want one. I'm not doing it for money or any other reason besides me wanting one. And I already know a few people who do want babies. When that happens, and if they do, most likely I'm not going to charge them a whole lot. Like, I'm not in this for money at all. I just really enjoy these animals, and I just want to see what it would look like if I put them. My bamboo ball python, she retains eggs. She doesn't lay for me. She's retained eggs. She's 5 years old. When did I get her? Son of a gun. She's about 6 years old now. She's about 6 years old. This year she'll be 6 years old, and she won't lay. She'll breed. They'll copulation, viewed locks and everything. And I put her to a black pastel leopard lesser male, and I'm expecting to get bells, bamboo bells, but she won't lay. She reabsorbs the eggs every single time. I see her develop. I see the you could feel when they grow. She has her sheds and everything, and then she just won't lay the eggs. And I'll go in there and I check her. You gotta check. You gotta check. Maybe sometimes you gotta take them to the vet to make sure that there's no eggs rotting inside of the female. But no, none. She's completely reabsorbed eggs every time I've tried to breed her, which has been 3 years in a row now because I wait until they're at least 3. So I'm thinking maybe use her. See what happens. See if she lays those eggs instead. I wonder what a bamboo burn ball would look like. I don't know if has that been done? I don't even know if that's been done, but I can imagine because it's a high pattern change, a very drastic pattern change from the normal wild type coloration. And these guys, when they're bred with ball pythons to begin with, they come out looking amazing. So, and for animals that's care is nearly identical, the care is nearly identical. It's not some people are trying to do things like a green tree python to a ball python or something like that. The care is a little bit different. They're a little different, arboreal versus terrestrial type thing. It's different. And I think that's a little bit out of reach, a little overreach. How would I put it? It's too much. That's too much of a difference. But these guys they're practically the same damn thing. It's like, I don't know. It's just, they're practically the same thing. They're just so much bigger, but the care is the same. It's just on a much larger scale. So I think that a hybrid project between them is a lot more realistic than trying to do something that doesn't belong. That's something that requires different humidity or temperature requirements. You got to try to keep it in the same range, or else, how are you going to take care of the babies? Which way are the babies going to lean? You don't know. It's always trial and error because it's going to be different for each one probably. So if you try to keep them all the same and they have different requirements, you're going to have some failures to thrive. And I don't want that. I'm not trying to have that. I have not had a failure to thrive out of anything that I've hatched here. Not once yet. I did have one that was actually a hognose snake. That one was a failure. Professor Chaos was a failure. For some reason, he just stopped eating and then didn't want to start eating again, no matter what I tried. And I mean, I've had difficult feeders before, and I've got them eating again. But he, for some reason, and just eventually, I just found him, and he was gone. Like about a year old, he was gone. He didn't want to eat, so I was like, that's a bummer, because that one I actually purchased at full price from someone locally that I know. It's a reputable breeder and everything, nothing against him. The snake just did not thrive here. And I'm not sure why. I keep other ones. I keep hognose snakes. I've raised Gina from a baby. Howard was given to me as an adult, but Gina was raised from a baby, and I've had hognoses before, so it's not like I'm doing something wrong all of a sudden. They were all kept the same. It's just that for some reason he failed on me, and I failed him, I guess you could say. I'll take responsibility, sure. I failed him, and he passed, and that one was sad. But I was kind of expecting it at that point, because it's like, bro, you will not eat. I've tried everything. I was actually getting ready to order Reptilinks, because I had tried Reptilinks with Howard before, because Howard's a difficult eater too. So I tried Reptilinks with Howard before, but they didn't work. He didn't accept it at all. He didn't want the scented stuff. He didn't want the links at all. He didn't eat any of that stuff. And then I just realized that Howard, he only eats from April to August, sometimes September. That's it. Like, Howard only eats half of the year. Not sure why. It's a male. The other one, the Gina, the female, the mom, she'll eat everything always. Always. No matter what, she'll eat it. Even if I stick my finger in her face and go at it, she'll eat me. She'll try to eat me. I've got video of it on, I think Facebook might have that video, but she will eat anything. And that's the one that I raised from a baby that's still here. But like, Howard won't eat unless it's summertime, I guess. Okay. And they have heat. It's not like they're on temperature only, room temp only. They do have heat in their enclosures available to them during the winter. So there's no reason, but it just happens. Sometimes it happens. But this is still my favorite. No matter what, this will probably always be my favorite. Although, you guys, I do have a white-lipped python now, and she has taken her first meal, so he might have a little competition as she gets older. Maybe just a little bit. Oh, see, it's already kind of becoming a little cumbersome to hold him up. Yeah, wrap around, dude. Hold on. He's not a retic. If this is a retic, it'd have been wrapped all the way around me. No, he's definitely not. That's why instead of branches in the enclosure, I use shelving, because it's sturdy and flat, and he can lay across it and still be comfortable and not have like any branch pressure points. So there's that. Anyway, let me Oh, now you want to climb back up? I'm trying to put him down and he's coming back up. Hey, bud. Now he doesn't want to go down. He doesn't want to get down. You want to stay up here. Okay. He just released once I put him up here. He just wants to stay up here. Okay, whatever. I know you got some. And when I say shelf, this is what I'm talking about. I have that video on my channel. Basically, you take one of those plastic, like Plano shelves that has like a well on the underside, and just flip it upside down, fill it with substrate, cut two of the legs in half, Or you could cut 4 of the legs in half and then have 2 of them, but like you cut at least 2 of the legs in half and you have this. And it just, it provides them with enough space to sit on. That's his spot. Look at it. That's his favorite spot to be. It really is. That's where he always hangs out, in the enclosure. Where are you going? No, no, no. Don't go there. Do you want to hang out here? He stopped. That's his spot. See? Look how content. He's like, oh, no, this is where I lay. This is my spot. But I'm also still kind of wrapped around. I don't want you to run off. But can you... No, no, don't run off. Don't run off. He's so sweet. He's such a good snake. He's a really good snake. Like I said, exceeded my expectation. Everything I ever wanted in a giant snake. Right here. I'll never be a retic girl. I don't think. Just because like he's everything for me. Like this is awesome. And as he grows, and he's just so calm, so relaxed, so curious, you know, he's very curious. Hello. He's very curious. He's very docile. Dare I say that if you want a giant snake for your first snake, you kind of can't go wrong with a Burmese python, as long as you are able to provide it with appropriate accommodations. That's where it all lines up right there. Is you got to be able to have a big enclosure, big enough for him to stretch out, walk around, slither around, slide around, however you want to put it. Because I don't even like, because of that slither shit, like I don't even like using the word slither anymore, which is kind of crazy dealing with reptiles, but ugh. That's, you know, my video about that is actually private on this channel. Like I don't even have it, unless you're part of the group. If you know, you know. That's where the link to that video is. But I don't even I think it might have been an archived group too. I don't even know if it's still open, if it's still active. But they're just so chill. So chill. Hi. I want to kiss you right on your nose. He's so sweet. Look at this. You kidding me? He's so sweet. But if you would give me this arm, can I have this arm? Let it go. Let it go. Thank you. Okay. Where did my scoop go? Because they don't poop often, but when they do, it's an event. Same thing with the boa constrictors. They don't poop often, but when they do, it's a lot. A great big old human-sized log. Oh, goodness. This is why I'm muscular. Holding this guy up like that. Alright. I think I got it all. Yeah, I definitely cannot wait to put him in a much larger enclosure, because he definitely deserves all the space I have to give. Alright, I'll put you back, buddy. As much as I don't want to. My sweetheart. That's one of the ones that, honestly, if he was good with hanging out with me all night, I'd let him hang out all night. Like, I don't get tired of holding him. I don't get tired of interacting with him. And as much as people like to say that Burmese pythons are not smart animals, dude, that's not true. Because the same hand gestures that I've trained the other ones with, the Burmese python is actually very receptive, very understanding of the same hand gestures. Like, I'll go like this, and that's to get them out of food mode, you know, let them know, let them see that there's nothing in my hands. I'll go like that, and I'll go like this, and they know that that means I'm trying to interact with them. And he has a choice to come out or not. Sometimes I'll take him out, but like if he's not immediately recoiling, I'm going to take him out. If he immediately recoils and doesn't want interaction, I respect it. I absolutely respect it. And I think that's why they're a little more inclined to be chill and interact with me, because I respect them when they absolutely say no. Another one is with the tongs. What's my feeding tongs? So I have these type of feeding tongs. I do have the big ones. People like to say these are for herping, and yeah, you can definitely use these for herping because it's got a nice little like that, but these are feeding tongs, okay? These are for feeding large animals safely from far away. I think it's a little bit of an overkill, honestly, for mine specifically, but if you have like large venomous species or something like that, I can see that being super useful. I could see it being useful. He's coming right back out. I could see it being useful for herping, where you could just kind of like reach down and grab something. Especially if it's like a copper. Around here it would be copperheads or something, but like that's a little bit of a pinch there. So I don't really use these for anything other than feeding, and I don't really use them for feeding either. So that was kind of like a $50 waste, honestly. I bought them to have them, I guess. Sometimes you buy things just to have them on hand. And that's totally fine. I'll be right back. Let me fill or change his water because he got substrate in it. What's up, buddies? You guys got to go outside yet? Oh, there he goes. He's off exploring now. Come here, buddy. Oh. But unlike the boa constrictors and the false water cobra, when I pick him up to take him out of the little thing that he's trying to get into, he doesn't fight me on it. He's just like, oh, I got caught. Okay. He's so stinking chill. Like, seriously. This is the best animal ever. Alright, hold on. Go back in. He does not want to be in right now. My Burmese python does not want to stay in his crate. Go on. know. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to be in there right now, but I got one more to clean. I got one more in this room that needs cleaning before I shut it down and vacuum, because I got substrate all over the place. But that would be... Oh, you know what? I need to fill this up with water. All right. I got myself a drink too. A little spicy Kool-Aid because it's Saturday night. But I had to fill this up because the false water cobra's water basin is so big that I don't like to pull it in and out with all the water in there. So I put it in empty and then I fill it up.
Hi, Peaky Goose. Just giving you some water, honey.
The tub there fits 2 gallons, but I only give her 1 gallon because she'll get inside in the water displacement so that it doesn't spill all over the substrate. So she always has at least a gallon of water in there. I'm getting tired, you guys. This has been what? It's been a long time. Been on here all day, just hanging out. Thanks for hanging out for everybody who hung out. Appreciate it. And if you weren't here, that's fine. If you're watching it now, hi from the past. Hello. But Brazilian rainbow boa is sitting out. Not that he wants to be held or anything. He's waiting for food. They're all waiting for food. They know that it's Saturday. I'm in here cleaning because I should have cleaned Wednesday, but Wednesday escaped me this week. I don't even remember Wednesday. Like, it went from Tuesday to Thursday, no joke. Like, it's a glitch in the matrix. Wednesday disappeared this week. Let me know if anybody else has that experience. Like, Wednesday just was not there this week. And Wednesdays and Fridays are when I usually do, but it's been a particularly long week at work. And when I got home, both Thursday morning and Friday mornings, I work overnight. So Thursday morning and Friday morning, when I came home, I was so tired. I just passed right out. Took a shower and passed out, and slept until like 2 o'clock, got up, and then was up for way too long before I had to go back to sleep to go back to work that next night. So... or that same night, I should say. So I am drinking some spicy Kool-Aid. It's Jack Daniel's Southern Peach. There's still some left over from when my mom visited. We had stopped, and she's like, I don't drink often, but this is like juice. Like, is there even alcohol in it? I don't know, but it tastes good. It tastes really good. Better than regular Jack Daniel's, honestly. Oh, thanks, Jason. What did he say? It was from earlier on the when I had technical difficulties we're talking about. So anyway, yeah, I don't drink alcohol very often. I don't do anything really. I'm a pretty, I don't want to say vanilla because that's not really true either, but kind of vanilla when it comes to that. Like I don't really drink or I don't smoke anymore. I quit smoking, thankfully, that's another thing that the Reptiles actually assisted me with, after I had started the collection. I was about 2 years in, something like that. And you guys, if you smoke, try to quit smoking. Seriously, it changed my life. It really did. I can't believe what like my clothes and stuff smell like. Some of the stuff that I hadn't accessed for a while. Because to be real, I put on quite a bit of weight. I used to be pretty slender, and I put on a lot of weight, and I quit smoking, put on a lot of weight, ended up having to throw away a lot of old clothes that didn't fit me anymore, and they all smelled like ashtray, and it was super gross. And I was like, did I really walk around smelling like that? Like, wow. You don't notice it when you're in it. You don't notice it. Kind of like if somebody random was to come to my house, they'd probably be like, "What's that smell?" And I'm like, "Reptiles, I guess." But I'm here all the time, so I don't quite smell it. But it's definitely a game changer. But it changed a lot of things for me. But I was in the middle of building an enclosure. This is how I quit smoking. I was in the middle of building an enclosure in the living room, and I'm smoking. There was no animals in there, obviously, but I was building. I was cutting wood and screwing wood together and all that stuff. And I went to go smoke a cigarette, and I work late nights, so I'm always up late nights, and it was probably about 2:00 in the morning, something like that. And I went to go smoke a cigarette. There were 3 left. And I was looking at those 3 cigarettes for a couple minutes, and I was like, I'm going to have to stop what I'm doing around 4:00 in the morning to go to the 24-hour gas station up the street just to buy more cigarettes. And I thought to myself for a while, and I just stared at those cigarettes. I took one out. I put it in my mouth. Didn't light it yet. And I was just like, I don't want to go to the store at 4:00 in the morning, but I'm going to be fiending if I don't. And then I said to myself, I was like, I don't want to buy cigarettes anymore. It wasn't that I didn't want to smoke them anymore. I was like, I don't want to buy cigarettes anymore. I'm tired of paying for cigarettes. And after all the times, all the years that I had been smoking, all the times that I tried to quit, that was the one time that I was just like, I don't want to stop building this enclosure. I might lose my mojo. You know how it is when you're like doing something, you're in the middle of doing something and something stops you and you end up not getting back to it right away or distracted with other things. I'm ADHD as hell. So, I mean, I get distracted with this thing and then that thing and then the next thing and then the next thing. And everything just sits there unfinished. And I was like, I knew that that's what was going to happen if I had stopped and gone to buy cigarettes. So if it wasn't for the fact that I was building a reptile enclosure and didn't want to lose my mojo and didn't want to, lose my energy building that enclosure, I probably wouldn't have stopped smoking. If it wasn't for the reptiles, I would still be a smoker. So these reptiles may have very well saved me in that way, Definitely saves me from depression because they make me so happy. I am so happy being a keeper. It's ridiculous. I love these things. They are my life. They are my babies. I'll do anything for them. Within reason, obviously, but it's kind of amazing how much they change you when you really tap in. And I'm able to exercise like being crafty, and I'm constantly trying to learn new things, always trying to educate myself further on different species, different things, just things, everything. You know, I start learning about, there was somebody in one of the local groups actually thought I was a veterinarian. I was like, no, not. I'm just a dork who spends a lot of time online learning about stuff on my own time. Like, just, that's not, and I was proud. I was so super proud when that comment was made. I was like, really? No, I'm not a vet. But thank you for that. Like, that was, oh, that was cool. I bought 2 animals from that guy. So like, it's, that was it, they've changed me. I can do my crafty stuff. I love doing crafty stuff. I love being artsy and stuff, and setting up the enclosures and doing like the decor and the layout of everything, and trying to like analyze things and like figure out where everything's good. It's just, it's fun. Like, that's fun for me. And they make me so happy. So it really curbs depression. Having the reptiles really curbed my depression until it started to, like, I did at some point, it was it through COVID? Through COVID, obviously, having the problems that we had through COVID financially, uh, I did get worried. I kind of bumped everybody down to maintenance feeding because feeders were hard to come by. And I was breeding my own, and it wasn't enough. And it took a lot out of me to get rid of some of them. I did have to rehome some, because it was overwhelming, not working and trying to avoid getting sick and just staying home, until it was like I had no choice. And it's like, all right, I got to get back out there. I got to make money. I can't, like, my savings are gone. I had somebody actually helping me financially, and I didn't want their help anymore. Like, I didn't want to owe anybody. So I was really trying to like get back on my feet and be back on my own. And it was tough having to choose who to not keep. So there was quite a few that I lost through COVID, not for death, but just that I had to get rid of. But there was a few that I lost through COVID that I was sad about. Tinkerbell being one of them. She was a Everglades rat snake, or well, yellow. It was actually a yellow rat, a yellow eastern rat. So sometimes it does, it's a little ugh. But there were a few that I had that were given to me, so I just kind of passed them on to someone else who could take care of them at the time. Because, like I said, I bumped everybody down to like maintenance size feeding, which is basically just feeding them enough to maintain their body condition without encouraging growth. That's maintenance feeding. People do that with hatchlings, and that's why sometimes you might have a hatchling that's a year old, but it looks like a hatchling. But the breeder's telling you it's a year old, and the thing is, 300 grams or less. That's because it was maintenance fed. And I understand it. I do. But I don't do it unless it's an emergency. Like if feeders are for some reason scarce, or if financially I can't at the time, but I'll always make sure they get fed. Obviously, nobody went hungry, for sure. Nobody went hungry, not one. I will not do that. I'd starve myself first. And I'm sure there's plenty of you out there who agree with that. I will starve myself before starving my animals. So, but it does happen. Things happen, and you have to sort of be prepared, maybe have plans in place for things. I have plans in place for even if something happens to me and I'm physically or otherwise unable to take care of the animals. My mom has instruction on what to do should something happen to me. So a lot of this, there's a couple of my animals, like my Savannah monitor, I want her only to go to J. Lewis. That's it. That's the only person I will trust with my Savannah monitor. That's my baby girl. I love her to absolute no end. And if anything were to happen, most people do not keep Savannah monitors properly. So him being a experienced, not only experienced, but he's actively and consistently breeding his Savannah monitors. That's the only person I'm willing to give my Savannah monitor to. Sorry. I've actually had people, because Geiger has a little bit of a following. Like, there are people who are very interested in, you know, how she is the way that she is. Like, she's house trained. She'll scratch at the door to go outside to potty. She's, you know, I can hand feed her a Savannah monitor. Like, that's not normal for a Savannah monitor. It's very uncommon. But I mean, if you work with them, it's easy. It's easy if you work with it. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for me. Once I started incorporating the gestures and the communication things, the effort, I can communicate with any one of them. And that's pretty cool. I am proud of that, honestly. And it's I don't try to I mean I do, what's the word, anthropomorphize, something like that. Hold on. Nope. No, I'll talk to you later. I try not to do that to you know, put human emotion in that to the animals. Anthropomorphization. Long word. Big word. A lot of people do that, but a lot of other people would be like, oh, why do you do that? You know, but I do, but to an extent. I am realistic. I do understand that they either trust me or don't trust me. The ones that don't trust me, I don't have any more that don't trust me. The last one I had was my short tail python. That was Bruno. I just recently rehomed him. We had a situation years ago. We had a mite outbreak. Years ago. This is a long time gone. And everybody had to be evacuated out of there's one particular, I'm not going to name names, but there's one particular table at Repticon. If I hold one of their animals, I'm coming home with mites. Every damn time. Not going to name names, because I actually get along with these people. But I do privately tell others just to be wary about what you get from them. And if you ask me privately, I might tell you, but I'm not going to put them on blast on here, because I that's not my jam. I don't do that shit. So there's that one table. If I hold, and I ended up getting, the same weekend actually that I picked up Boulder, I got a jeweled Lacerda. And I thought I treated, you know, myself, the snake, the jeweled Lacerda, with the mite treatment and everything, because it is Repticon, but it was like 2 weeks later. No sign of anything. And then 2 weeks later, I saw a little one on the jeweled Lacerda, and I was like, what the hell? And then I got concerned because I had been letting the jeweled Lacerda kind of hang out. Not like around all the others, but because there hadn't been any sign of mites or anything like that, I wasn't like changing my clothes walking through the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though they were quarantined somewhere else, I might have handled that animal and then came in here with the same shirt. Wash my hands. You still wash your hands. That's part of quarantining. That's part of, you know, making sure you don't cross-contaminate. But I screwed up by not changing my clothes. And I ended up handling one of my big boas. And a little while later, like a month or two later, there was a major situation in the boa enclosure. It was bad. It was so bad, I had to throw away the enclosure. It was a wood enclosure that I built. It was one that I was really proud of, too. It was super nice. And I chucked the whole thing, but I screwed up because I had thought, let me try spraying and blasting the enclosure with heat to kill these things, right? Because they can only take but so much heat. So I got the temperature up. I took her out, obviously. She was out and in a tub, like in a big, 4.5 foot tub, soaking and everything at the time. And I blasted the enclosure. I sprayed it with bleach and blasted the enclosure with heat. And that caused a mass exodus of mites into my reptile room. Oops. So totally my fault. I screwed up. I ended up having to evacuate everyone. And I mean, everyone. Like, it was bad. And they all had to get treated. Even whether I saw mites on them or not, everybody got treated. Everybody got soaked. Everybody got, topical treatment. Everybody got re-quarantined out of this room, and I gutted this room. I gutted every single one of the enclosures, sprayed everything down, steam cleaned everything, sprayed everything with, like, apparently bed bug spray was the thing that did it after all that time. Bed bug spray, and, like, I had to start buying the reptile mite spray, like, in bulk. Like, I was getting it by the gallons, and that's not cheap. It was like $60 per gallon of this stuff. And I mean, that was the only way. I literally just, I was mopping the walls with stuff, like, to just, because it was bad. They were everywhere. Like, I was scared. They were everywhere. I thought I was going to have to, like, I don't know, get rid of the collection or something. I was like, oh, what if they're in the wall? Like, this is an old house. Like, I've got wood paneling. My windowsills are wood, and all this, everything. The floor is hardwood. Like, they love wood. They like to get in there, and they breed and multiply, and they're all over the place, and they're like fleas. They're like fleas, but they're like poppy seed sized fleas or ticks for reptiles. And they were everywhere. And my short-tailed python never forgave me. I had him good. He was good. He was totally good. He was handleable. He was a little derpy. Silly. I've got a derpy video of him on the channel, biting his shed and not letting it go because I picked up the shed with the feeding tongs like an idiot. Like, I went to go feed him, but saw that there was a shed in there when I pulled his slide. So I went to go pull the shed out. And he's obviously in food mode, so I didn't do it with my hands. I did it with the tongs. He saw me with something with the tongs, and he instantly just went to go, and he snatched his skin back. Just a wadded up ball of shed skin. And the stupid short-tailed python wouldn't let it go. So that made a really funny video. At least I thought it was hilarious, but I don't know if you guys did or not, but check it out. It's pretty funny. But anyway, he was good. He was totally good. And I had, before that happened, actually, I had moved him into a larger enclosure because he was in like a 28 quart size slide. So I had moved him into one of these, which is like 25 gallon, like long, 25 gallon long. And they're tubs. They're not really snake racks. They're just storage tubs that I use for that. The pole kind, I call them slides because I don't like to say rack, because if you say rack, people immediately assume racks, like tool shed racks. But I don't use anything like that anymore. So I have them in these ones. They're bigger, so I call them slides because they slide out, whatever. But put him in there, and he was fine. And then when I had to take him out and put him back into a smaller, like the 28 quart, to re-quarantine and treat him for the mites and everything, he never forgave me. He just, ball of fury after that, just never ever came back. And I tried so hard to work with him to get him to calm back down, and he just didn't trust it. Like, the trust was broken. He I broke his trust by having to take him out and treat him and re-quarantine him. I broke his trust and he just never recovered. So he became completely wild, unhandleable, will strike, will bite. He didn't have, I wouldn't let him. I know how to, I read him. I know how to not get bit. But he would bite me, given the opportunity. He would light me up. So that was like tough because he's gorgeous. Oh my God, he was so pretty. He was a marble stripe, gorgeous short-tailed python. Worth probably, if you look at it that way, worth about twice what I paid for him because he was mislabeled to begin with when I first got him, which is one of the reasons why I got him, because I wanted a short tail. But I actually wanted a Sumatra short tail. Well, when I saw him, I was like, whoa, there's no way that's $200. Are you kidding me? Because he was labeled as like I think it was labeled as a Matrix Blood. He was labeled as a Matrix Blood for $200. It was a $500 marble stripe Borneo. At the time. Probably not now, but at the time when I got him. So here we are, years down the line, and I'm still trying to get him to calm back down and become handleable again, or at least not try to kill me every time I, go in to try to clean him up and give him fresh water and stuff like that. He was not trying to hear the hand gestures, nothing. He not interested. No longer interested in being friends. So I had to do what I had to do. I'm gonna rehome him because I could deal with not being able to handle something like the green tree python. I can't really handle it, but it's receptive to the gestures. It understands that when I go like that, I don't have food. I'll point to things. Like if I need to change the water bowl, I'll be like this and I'll point to the water bowl and I'll make sure he sees me pointing to the water bowl and I'll he understands. And he's responsive. He's super responsive to it now. And I've had him almost a year, but it's like they learn, and the short tail just refused, absolutely refused. Soon as I open the door, he's giving me that look like, I dare you to come in here. And sure enough, he tried to light me up every single time. So I had to make the decision. Like I could deal with it not being able to handle it as long as it's not actively attacking me. He was actively attacking me. And with all the animals that I have, I don't really have time to put into working with one that's going to need that much attention, especially since I had been trying. I had been giving him that much attention and he was just not hearing it. And sometimes you just gotta, it's like a relationship. You gotta break up. If it's not working for either one of you anymore, just break up. Like that's what you gotta do sometimes. I didn't want to get rid of him. Absolutely not. I thought he was gorgeous. I loved him. I love all of them. But sometimes you just have to make that choice. Especially since it's, I ended up actually trying to move him because like I said, when I put him from the 25 gallon size slide into a 28 quart size slide, he was angry after that. So I was like, maybe he wants more space. So I gave him an even bigger. I went with the full 4x2. I gave him the whole 4x2, that big one, the big one that's down there, that bottom one over there. That's the one he was in. And I gave him that one and still not interested. Nope. Not interested. Was a little bit better, I will say. Was a little bit better, but just was not interested. And I don't want to keep him in a slide. I don't want to keep him in, a rack or anything like that. Because, okay, the ball pythons, let's be real. They kind of prefer it. As much as I hate it. Like, I had the ball pythons in these black and yellow totes. And some of them will go off feed. And then I put them back into slides and they start eating again. parameters are the same. Like, the only thing that's different is the size. Like, enclosure, like they still have all their same hides, water bowl, you know, the tubes, humid hide, plants, rocks, sticks, everything. They all had everything, same stuff. But because it was a clear open front, some of them were just, nah, no thanks, bro. So I'm like, well, put them in slides then. And I put them in slides. And I'm weird. Like, if one of them is in slides, I kind of got to put them all in slides. So I ended up buying like 18 of them, and they were like $40 a piece. So, that was a lot of money. I had to do a monthly payment on those. I got them from overstock.com, and they're no longer in stock, so they've been discontinued, so I can no longer buy anymore. Which is why I keep saying I can't have any more ball pythons unless I got rid of some. That never works that way, does it? But hi. Oh, hey, how you doing? So yeah, like the Bruno had to go, so he went to somebody locally, and I didn't charge for him because, I mean, he's a pissed off snake. I'm not gonna charge somebody for a pissed off snake. Nothing, buddy, just chilling, cleaning, talking. You missed it. I mean, you could probably watch it later, but like, I brought out a bunch of animals. I've already brought out the Burm. I still need to bring out the big constrictor if you want to see that. But I think you have stuff too. You have big stuff too, don't you? And the the rainbow boa. I could pull that one out. Hi. No food. Not food. Why is this on the floor? Why did you knock this down? And now it's in your water bowl. Come here, buddy. I'm so pretty. The Brazilian rainbow boa is my mom's favorite snake in the whole collection. Hi. She's just in love with the iridescence. This is a male Brazilian rainbow boa, probably about 6 foot or so, and he's a 2018. I got him September 2018 from Trace Harden at Harden Herp. Dude, if you want a Brazilian rainbow boa, highly recommended. Pricey nowadays, because I got them back before they were really expensive, but pricey, but so worth it. Like, this is an incredible animal. It really is. And they're arboreal, but they are terrestrial at night, or in the daytime, arboreal at night. He does fire up. When he fires up, his coloring is like a super deep red, and then his sides are like bright white when he's fired up. And that's usually like after the lights have been out for a while. It's been dark for like an hour or two. Then I'll come in here and find him sprawled across his branches. He's got a 4x2 equivalent tub. And he'll be sprawled across his branches, just chilling, moisturized, looking incredible. And that's, I mean, probably can't see the iridescence from there, but incredible animal. Definitely. He's not skinny. He's a little chunky, actually. But, I mean, he's only been dieting in the way that, like, I'm giving him a little bit less, because he did get a little chunky on me. He was sedentary for a while there through this winter. He didn't really get a whole lot of movement on. So, but yeah, this guy, he's I give him like a medium, every other week or so. And that's not too bad. He's still a little chunky. Oh, excuse me. He's a little chunky, but he's a really good snake. This one, I think this is the first one out of the collection that has bitten me. The first one that bit me when he was a teeny tiny baby, that he had escaped the enclosure. My fault, of course, as usual. But he escaped his enclosure, and when I found him, he was behind the monitor enclosure, which is actually the boa's enclosure now. But he was behind the monitor enclosure, and I picked him up, and as soon as I picked him up, like my hand, like I mentioned earlier, your temperature of your hand is warm, and if the snake is cold, it's going to be a shock. It's the equivalent of someone putting an icy hand up your shirt, you know? But in reverse, instead of icy, it's hot. So I touched him with my warm hand to pick him up when I found him, and sucker turned around and bit the shit out of me. But I mean, it was surprisingly painful. Like, I did not expect, being as he was a little shoelace, he was just this thick around, just a tiny little thing. I'm like less than a year old. Like, he was just maybe 7 or 8 months old at the time. He was a tiny little shoelace. I don't know if you have Brazilian rainbow boas, and they don't seem to grow for the first couple of years, and then some reason at that third year, all of a sudden, they're huge. And that's how they grow, I think, because I'm not the only one. But he's very chill, very sweet now. I've brought him outside. When I bring him outside, it's at night, because this is a very nighttime creature, very nocturnal. So definitely don't want to disturb him with too much bright light and bright sunlight and stuff. So I'll bring him out after it starts getting dark outside and let him get some, outside time that way. But this is also one of the ones that I'll let him loose in the bathroom. Just let him run around in the bathroom and stuff. So he gets a lot of exercise that way too. And I mean, it's a 4x2, but like size is like equivalent, but like there's plenty of space for him. Like, obviously I can't say that he can. Are you taller than 6? Can you go down? Go down. Let me see if you touch the floor from here. No, he's going to come back up. Go down. Look at this. Look at the power. Look at the power of that animal. Bringing your whole heavy self. What a sweetheart. They are so sweet. What you got going on? What's he saying? Let me check it on this one, because... Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Voodoo got you? Would you touch him with cold hands? With cold hands he got you? That's weird. I would assume with warm hands. Yeah, no. When he bit me, it hurt, because he bit and latched. Are you sniffing my finger? Don't you go biting my hand now. Don't you go biting my finger, sir. 4 foot, now 5 foot. Well, this is a male. Let me double check that real quick, because I've been learning more about sexing the boas, and I know. I'm thinking the other one is. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. I've felt him before. I must not be doing it right. Because I don't feel any bumps on him at all, but I think he was probed by the breeder. I mean, if it's a female, I don't care. I could still name it Sammy. That works either way. And the reason why I named him Sammy is because look at the marks on his head. That S mark there. And then it kind of looked like the A on the head. And then the M from the lines on the head. And then the one in the middle has like a spot on the top like an I. So I named him S-A-M-I, Sammy. But yeah, that's Sammy. He's, I think he might need to go back in. He's got a little turd under there. Let me grab that. I think I can angle a little bit here so you can see better.
No. Ew.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to clean the floor. Oh, no. Leave the wires alone, sir. Look, he's getting worked up. He's getting worked up because look, his white's starting to come out. He's getting worked up. He's so funny. Might be time to take this hide out. Do you even fit under there anymore? You heifer. Alright, go ahead. Go back. Oh, you're stuck to my neck. There you go. Alright. Sometimes they have these like blowout urates where it just be little white spots of urate all over the place, like they just sprayed their pee or something. I don't know. Or it's maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's just like they drop a urate and then they crawl all over it and it breaks it apart and then it's like tiny little white things just kind of, crushed crumbles of white urate all over. Like, thanks. Appreciate it. Is that it? That's it. He's pretty good about only pooping in one spot. Okay. That's not coming out. A little bit of elbow grease, that's all. Okay, sorry. Disappoint you, no rat yet. It's coming though. It's coming. Oh, for anybody asking, I do have lights. Well, like there are lights in the enclosures. Oh, where'd that one go? That one needs batteries. That one's still there. Hi! No, still no food yet. Sorry, buddy. But yeah, no, they do have lights. It does obviously look a lot cooler with all the lights on and stuff, but they're battery operated. I feel like that's a good way to not have too much extra heat. They're battery operated, so what do you got here? Digesting a rabbit? Yeah. See, I think the worst is like bird. Well, I don't know. Rabbits do kind of, but like I've fed all kinds of stuff because I've tried different kinds of feeders from different feeder sources. So like I've gotten hamsters from like Rodent Pro, and they love the hamsters, but they poop a lot, and it's gross when they eat hamsters. So I stopped giving them the hamster as like a treat sort of thing. Figured I'd grab another spicy Kool-Aid. So, I gotta pull this one out because her water is kind of gross. Hello, I'm not feeding, by the way, so please don't come at me. Hello. You gonna be nice? Can I just change your water? This one has a crazy food response. She's one of those strike first, ask questions later. Anybody wants a bull snake? You got to deal with this a lot. Substrate in the water. Every time. That is their jam. And I've seen them do it. It's the damnedest thing. Like they literally use their body to swirl around and scoop up litter as they go and will pull it right into the water. It's like, you know, for somebody with no hands, you're sure doing a whole lot of excavating over here. Holy crap. The one I saw do it was Barbosa. I watched him do it. I was like, you son of a gun. Oh, hey, look. Steve Buscemi is out. We weren't able to get Steve Buscemi out earlier. So this is my big female bull snake. As you can see, she don't miss meals. But she's a very good girl. I would say This exact snake is the one that I don't know how to put it. The one that changed my mind on how snakes are. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Okay, let me just tell you what happened. Okay, when she was maybe a year and a half old or so, she was, she grew quick actually, this one, because I did feed heavy when she was little. But, this one changed my mind. One time, I had her in one of those. It wasn't that one, but it was one like that when she was smaller. And she had one of the dog bowl water bowls, right? Now, I didn't know that she was underneath. Girl, you are snapping my finger back and yanking my hair bun down. She was underneath the water bowl asleep. And I had to change the water, but I didn't know, because like I showed you guys earlier, like I take the water bowls and I put a hole on the side, and for smaller colubrids that works as a hide as well, because it's perfect size and it's weighted so it keeps them from pushing it up and everything. Plus she had substrate, deep substrate to burrow through, so she had a nice little cave under her water bowl. And I didn't know she was under there when I went to go change the water. So I picked it up and she was right there, and I scared her. Okay, I startled her, to be fair. And she bit me. But when she did, she went full demon mode for like 2 minutes. She went full demon mode. And I was like, what the hell? Like, that was crazy. I must have like woke her up. Like, maybe she was dreaming. Who knows? I woke her up or something and scared the crap out of her, and she lashed out because that's what they're gonna do. Snake's gonna snake, right? I mean, even a dog might do that if you scare them enough when you wake them up. So you gotta be careful, right? So she bit me. She did. She definitely tagged the shit out of me. And she knew right away, but because she was still in like full demon mode, she like started posturing, hissing, doing the whole show. As I was giving her the water bowl back, like I cleaned the water, gave it back to her and everything, she was still just fussing. A little bit later that day, same day, so I went past the water, not the water, but this was back when they were in the living room, because my mom had surgery at one point and she had to come and stay here for a little bit, like a month or so, while she was recovering from her surgery, because she otherwise would have been by herself. So she came and stayed here, so everybody got moved into the living room to give my mom her own space. And so she was in the living room, and I walked past her and saw that it looked like she was at the door. So I opened the door. I put my hand out, and she crawled up my arm. This arm. She crawled up I went like that. She crawled up my arm. She came all the way to the top, and I swear to God, I felt her do the little tongue flicky blips on my face. And then she turned around, went right back into her enclosure, went right into her hide, like nothing happened. And I was like, bitch, did you just apologize? Did she just apologize for biting me? Because that's really what it felt. That was the vibe. Like, she apologized for biting me. She apologized for overreacting. I was like, that's just the feeling that I get. That's my anthropomorphization. That was my anthropomorphization of, like, my interpretation of that interaction with her. But it made so much sense because she went right back into her enclosure and didn't, there was nothing after that. And you know what? She never bit me again. She never postured at me. She never hissed at me again after that. And I was like, that's interesting. It really made me, like, rethink how they are, like how they're willing to interact, like how they, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I've had too much spicy Kool-Aid. It's only my second bottle, for crying out loud, but I don't drink, so. I don't know. Like, it really just kind of felt like an apology. Because she had never done that before. Never, ever, ever done that before. Just to crawl out onto my hand on her own. Because all I did was open. She was like this at the door. Like she was trying to get my attention. So I just put my hand there just to see what would happen. And because she had bit me earlier, so I was also trying to like be a little cautious too. But like, I put my hand there, she crawled right out, crawled right up to my arm. I'm feeling bleps on my face, and then she goes right back down and went right back to the enclosure. Like, what was that? What was that otherwise? Tell me. Tell me if you know what that was. Because it really felt like an apology to me. So and then she had never done that before, and she had never bit me again after that. So I was like, interesting. And the more I thought about it, like there's been multiple things that I've experienced with my snake specifically, that like it sort of seems like they're communicating with me in a certain way. Like when my Mexican black king snake, I had to do maintenance. This was before she was in the tub. When I had her in a wooden enclosure, I had to do some maintenance on it because I noticed a little bit of mold growing where it like must have not been sealed. So like I had removed her, I put her in something else, and I was maintaining the enclosure she was in. Well, she escaped. She escaped the holding cell. She escaped her prison and ended up in my bedroom in another room. Because it was in here, but she ended up in my room. Because I didn't know she had escaped yet at the time. So that door was actually open. That's why now the door stays closed. But like, when I'm not in here anyway. But like, she totally got out, went into the next room, which was my bedroom. And at the time, my monitor enclosure was in there because there was kind of nowhere to put it in here. I had things set up. I had a lot more like bigger wooden enclosures in here before I used the stackable tubs and stuff. So like I had her in there. She came in there and was under, like I had spotted her when I was looking for her. I spotted her underneath the monitor enclosure, one of the big wood ones. So I closed the bedroom door. I was like, all right, at least I know where you're at. You're in this room. You're not going anywhere from in this room. I know where you're at. But she didn't let me catch her necessarily. And I couldn't quite get under the monitor enclosure because it's freaking huge. So couldn't get underneath it really. Could only reach but so far, right? That night, while I'm asleep, I had like, I'm laying there. I got my hand, whatever. And I woke up to the feeling of Elvira. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the matter? You want to go back? I'm not done yet. I felt the feeling of Elvira crawling into my hand, and she just stopped. Like literally all I had to do with catch her was go like this. Like she had crawled in my hand, in my bed, while I was sleeping. She could have curled up anywhere else that there was warmth. She could have curled up on my head. She could have curled up by my legs, my ass, my back. She crawled into my hand and stayed there until I picked her up. And then, you're not getting fed right now, dude. I'm sorry. All right, let me give her water. But it freaked me out because I was like, I guess that means she's ready to go home. And so I just went like this, picked her up, brought her into the next room, opened my hand in front of the enclosure. She went right in. I guess she was done with her little vacation, her little excursion that she had. You can't tell me I don't have a relationship with my animals.
Oh, she's huffing and puffing again. She's huffing and puffing.
Girl, I'm trying to put you back. Hold on. Oh. No more poops. Don't have any more poops in here, lady? Girl, chill out. Don't you bite me. I know you won't. But still. Don't do it. Okay. Go ahead. Go. I do think she might actually be hypo. She might actually be het for white side. She was given to me through a trade. Believe it or not, I traded a couple of basic ass crested geckos for that bullsnake. And that's one of the best trades I've ever made. One of, because the Dumeril's boa, I have to say, is probably the best trade. That's how I got her or him. And the who else did I trade? Oh, my pied ball python, Jason. His name is Jason. Jason Lemoa. So Jason was also a trade. So I'd have to say she's probably the third best trade I've made so far. And that was actually a couple of crested geckos that were given to me by the same lovely young man who gave me Howard the duck face. Come here, Howard. Where you at? Where's my Howard the duck face? He's hiding. Oh, him hiding. Where him hiding? He's burrowed. He's burrowed. I don't know where he is. But as a consolation, we'll pull out Gina. Because Gina is here. She's ready to eat. Gina is always ready to eat. And if I'm not paying attention, she will bite me. Here we go. There we go. She's diffused now. She's better. But so, hognose snake, small right now because she did lay a clutch of eggs that unfortunately did not take. They didn't stick. That was my fault. I do believe I may have tried to incubate them with too much humidity. So, live and learn. That was the first fertile clutch she had given me in 3 years? Something like that. Because I didn't start trying to breed them until she was at least 2. And I got her in 2020. I believe she's a late 2019. I got her 2019. So I waited at least a couple years. This species can be bred a little earlier. She's got a little black spot that never went away. She developed a little, I don't know if that's like a paradox spot, but she developed this like black freckles over here that never actually went away. But she's still a little on the scrawny side after having laid that clutch of eggs. But it's also feeding time, so she's ready to eat, obviously. This one, I do feed her heavy because that clutch of eggs took it out of her. It really did. She was all skin and bones. Like, she literally still had 2 eggs inside of her and took a meal. So that was, it was scary. I actually thought I was going to lose her because I was like, holy crap, she looks so deflated. And that was the most, like, she had laid slugs before. Every time I tried pairing her, I was pretty sure that, oh boy, was shooting blanks because she just kept laying slugs and she was doing her part. They looked like healthy slugs and she looked fine afterwards. But I feel like it took a lot more out of her to lay a fertile clutch this time. And I'm the asshole because I incubated them with too much humidity and they didn't make it. They all kind of slowly, just one by one, started going bad. So she's a little on the skinny side right now, but by the time she's ready to go again next year, she'll be good and fat again. Because she was a chunky monkey. You could see it in her tail what chunky monkey she was. She got a big old fat. Might be the scent glands might be a little impacted or something. But that's just an increase of humidity and heat and she'll be okay. Isn't that right, G? That's my Gina. Howard's also, I mean, I don't know if she's like a pastel of some kind. She's het toffee, so I don't know if that shows, but she's a het toffee and possibly het albino. I don't really care for the albino. Well, actually, if it was like an extreme red albino, maybe, but those are expensive still. I don't really care for regular albinos though. It'd have to be something like a sunburst or something, which, I mean, yeah, if you've got a few $1,000s to drop on a hog nose, I'm not doing that. But she's a very good snake. Raised her from a teeny tiny little baby. I got her from Kicks Balls, actually, which is a ball python breeder, I believe. But they had her. And I bought her for next to nothing, really. Yep. But anyway, I'll put her back. She's in one of those 24-gallon slides. Oh, one of the phones is about to die. Which one is it? This one. This one's about to die. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Charles. Thank you for watching. I have people hitting me up on Messenger about the live. I might have to cut it here pretty soon, but I think I did promise to pull out the big boa. She's waiting for food, though. I'm thinking about it. While she is docile and everything, she is handleable and all that jazz. She's also huge and incredibly strong. Like, incredibly strong. So, must use caution. And remember, kids, it's not just about me. It's not like me being scared. I'm not scared of my snakes. Let's get that straight. I don't want to stress them out any more than I need to so that I can interact with them. It's hot in Texas to wear navy. Hi, Candies. I had a few of these shirts. I do need to make some more because I did end up keeping them all and just gradually wore them all because nobody was buying them. But I actually want to get a press machine myself and just kind of like make them myself. I had somebody that was going through, but honestly, she's so busy with commissions. I can't expect her to like give me things on a time at a timely manner. I mean, it took me forever to get. I got a purse from her, a purse like thing, a bag, and God, it took like a year and a half to get it. So I don't want to. I don't want to put in an order for a bunch of shirts, especially if anybody's waiting for them. And you know, because I do want to get the other one that says 100% het bitch. I do want to make more of those because everybody seems to like those. So I'm going to go ahead and offer them. I contacted the people that I got the shirt from, which was Gecko Junkie, and they don't make them anymore. They said they don't give a damn if I use the same design on shirts for myself. So I'm going to go ahead and make those available whenever I can. But that's also like getting the press machine to do the print, to do the press print on it. I'm gonna need space. I'm gonna need like a workstation for it. So I'm not gonna do that until after I move. So I'll have shirts eventually, probably towards the end of the year, maybe like Christmas time or something. Then I'll have a bunch of shirts that are ready because I've got a lot of. That's the thing. I have a lot of designs that I want to try out. A lot of stuff like I don't know if you're on my Facebook or I think you are on my Instagram. I'm not sure if you're on my Facebook, but like I have like a bunch of different logos that I was trying out with like on social media, and there's a few of them. Like my mom was like, "Oh yeah, I want that one in a shirt. I want that one in a shirt. I want that one in a shirt." And I'm like, I guess I need to just start making shirts, huh? And I want to get the one with the hat press, because I definitely want to get hat, because I'm a trucker. You trucker hats, that's the thing, right? So I want to make trucker hats with the logos on them and stuff. But I have different logos that I want to try. So I want to have different designs available. All of them will say Mother Truck and Reptiles, but they all have a different design. All of them are AI designed. I'm sorry to the artists. I do appreciate everything you do. Look, that one lady, y'all know who I'm talking about, Adeline. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But realistically, I can't afford her. I can't afford an actual artist. I'm here like I do this by myself. So I can't afford an actual artist. I have to have like, you know, I have to have AI do it for me. But they did come up with some pretty good designs. So, you know, a lot of them are, I think, worth putting on shirts, hats, hoodies. That's the plan, because I want a Mother Truck and Reptiles hoodie. Absolutely. Like a black hoodie with like the logo on the back. Hell yeah, that would be cool. I definitely want that. And maybe like one of the little logos in the front. Because I do have multiple logo images that I've, you know, tooled around with and showed my mom and everything. My mom is my rock, so she's definitely like a strong point, my strong thing. So she gives, I bounce a lot of shit off of her. So she was, like I said, she was like, I want that, I want that, I want that, I want that. So she'll pick out like the ones that she likes the most. But my mom has a certain style. So like there's certain styles that I wanted to go with as well. And I think it would be cool to have like a variety of things, maybe even like stickers. Obviously, most people do stickers, right? That's a thing. People do stickers. I don't know why anybody would. I don't buy stickers. Like, I don't ever buy people stickers. I did buy stickers off of Morph Market before. And I'll be honest with you, I still got like 90 of them sitting in a drawer. It's not like I used them all. I thought about it. I was actually considering doing a little light vandalism and like tossing Morph Market stickers up on things. But then I thought about it and I was like, well, the company might get in trouble for something like that if their shit is on random like mailboxes and whatnot. That might not be a good idea. So let's not do that. But like they had like the rainbow ones and then the American flag ones. Those are so cool. I like them both. But if you know, you know. If you're like a conservative, you want the American flag ones, but you hate the rainbow ones. Whatever. A rainbow is a rainbow. It doesn't have to fucking mean anything unless you make it mean something, but whatever. It's a rainbow. We all liked rainbows when we were kids. I still love rainbows. I love the iridescence on the animals because they're rainbows. It's rainbows. I'm a girl. I like rainbows. Unicorns, rainbow, whatever. Has nothing to do with LGBT, nothing. So, you know, but people do see it that way. So, you know, I didn't want to cause the company any problem by vandalizing, sticking them on the wrong thing. I thought it would be funny to stick them on people's bumper stickers just to see if they would notice, like as a bumper sticker to see if anybody would notice. I thought that would be hilarious. Just go through a parking lot like, bam, Morph Market sticker, Morph Market sticker, Morph Market sticker. Let's not do that and get the company in trouble off some stupid shit. I'm not that dumb. I thought about it. In my head, it was fun. I had a good time. We'll leave it at that. All right. Let's grab this damn boa. And just so you can see her, because I got no other reason to take her out. Well, do I? I lie. She did shit. So I do have a reason to take her out. But I gotta move. I can't wait to move. It'll be so much easier not to have to roll these enclosures around everywhere. Can you believe this is my enclosure lock for a 7-foot, 25-pound boa constrictor? But I am going to get, not that I can pick her up with it, I just need to diffuse her with it. Should I don't know if I can, where's the view? No, you can't really tell without, and it's super, hold on. It's a little bit better. Hi, how you doing? Our enclosure's actually pretty good size for as big as she is. Can you even, oh, she's all the way. Hi. How you doing? Hi. Can I come get you? Do you mind if I come get you? I gotta be careful with her because she's fast and hits like a truck. Alright, well, she's not reacting at all. And I know your ass ain't asleep. But I'm pretty sure there's a turd in there somewhere. Oh, turd it is. I knew you turded somewhere because I could smell it. But alright, we're gonna try to pull her out here. Wish me luck. Let me go grab her. Okay. You have a nasty turd right here. I do appreciate her putting it right in front of the door, though. I will give her that. She's polite. She's polite about where she drops her gigantic turds. Because that thing looks like it'll take this whole scoop. Can I reach in there without you grabbing on my arm? I know you're hungry, honey. Come here. Hi. Peeky boos, I'm here to touch on you. I just want to take some pictures of ya. Just want to take some pictures. Yeah, back up so I can grab this. Come on, back up. There you go. All right. No, don't hiss at me. I don't like that. You're too big to be hissing at me. Oh. Oh. Oh, gigantic turd. Oh my gosh. Jiminy Christmas. That is huge. That's a huge turd, ma'am. Huge. Oh, it just started pouring again. And I got a neck cramp just from taking the water out. Hey, come here real quick. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to pull her just a little bit. So, I need the big one. Hey, come here. I know, you're just a gigantic snake, aren't you? Come here. Oh. Oh. Alright, there we go. Just needed to get her to turn her face away so I can reach in there and grab. Oh, no, don't come back. Go over there. I don't have food. I do not have food, ma'am. I do not have food, ma'am. There you go. That a girl. There we go. Oh. No, no. Don't you give me that look. Don't you give me that look. I had her out the other day, so she might just be cranky. Oh, Jesus, she's too fucking strong. Not even close. Not a chance. She is so strong. Oh my gosh. That's embarrassing. Bested by this snake. Yeah, just to give you an idea, this is her human hide. This is her hide. Just the hide part. And she sure does use it. And I have it without the top because I have mounted to the underside of the top is the a heat pad. So she can lay on top of it to get belly heat, but from inside there it generates more humidity when it's toasty in there and the substrate is good and moist. Sorry, damp. People don't like that word. I don't know why. I get the that's probably goes along with like the ASMR thing. I don't get it. Hi, do you mind? Can we socialize, please? She's really fighting her way back in. Come here. My hands are like really warm though too. Bro, this animal is a powerhouse. She's just so strong. God. Oh, and so heavy. That is a big fat constrictor. Maybe not fat. I think she's pretty good shape, but that's a big girl. Don't you try to take my bun. You might just yank my whole hair out. Now, my mom held this animal. My mom is like half of me. So it made her look a little bit bigger. But how perfect is this constrictor? Look at that. Can you see that? Look at that. Is that not the most beautiful example of a wild type? Honestly. That is just a stunning example of a common boa. Just flawless. She is flawless. And when I got her, she was one of the ones, when I got her, she was all skin and bones. She was a surrender. I didn't buy this. She was a surrender. And I wanted one. I was actually in the market to get a boa constrictor. Just a regular, normal boa constrictor. And I had gotten one. That was my first purchase from BSR. And the one they sent me wasn't the one that I ordered. And they were like, well, you know, we couldn't find that one, so we just figured to send you the next best thing I wanted. So I told them they had to take it back. But there was a hurricane, and they thought that me keeping the animal for the weekend was going to change my mind, because he told me that over the phone. He was like, well, hold on to it for the weekend, see if it, you change your mind or whatever, and if you still want to send it back, we'll shoot you a label. I still sent it back. It wasn't the one I wanted. And that was my first interaction with BSR, but I did end up giving them another chance, and they've been good. They've done right by me ever since. And they took that, they paid the shipping. I got a full refund, the whole bit. So, I have no qualms with them whatsoever. Now, some people do say they receive animals with mites. I've never received animals with mites from BSR. Never. They've all come in good shape, with good temperaments. Never had a problem. I got my monkey tail skink from there. It was a very expensive animal. No problems whatsoever. And that wasn't even on an auction. I bought that one. That was not an auction. But I had my mom's friend. It was actually a friend of my mom's that was very poorly, you know who you are, very poorly taking care of several reptiles. And they surrendered this snake, a ball python that they were cohabbing with this snake in a regular 40-gallon fish tank, mind you. Now, she wasn't this big. She was only about, what, 2 years old at the time? Because I think when I first met her, she was about a yearling. And in that time, she had she was in there with a ball python, the one that I have named Terry. The one that that one will not breed with any male I put her with. I think she's axanthic. She looks very axanthic, like a browned out axanthic. But I can't prove it because she won't breed. So like I don't want to go and do the shed testing thing, because if she doesn't breed, what does it matter if she doesn't want to copulate with any male, excuse me. So for, whatever, I thought it was pretty cool, but like they were cohabbing. Can you, not my face. They were cohabbing this snake with that snake. Both females, but still, like, 40-gallon, both yearlings. That was kind of insane. But they also surrendered 5 bearded dragons in absolutely horrendous condition. They've all found homes, by the way. One of them did die, but the rest of them found homes. I did give a couple of them to Be Wild, because at the time it was like 2020. And like I said earlier, through 2020, we had gone through some financial issues. So I didn't really have the funds to vet and get medicine and everything for all those bearded dragons. So a couple of them ended up going to Be Wild. And I was going to keep one of them, but then this one guy had said, that he was interested in it. So, yeah. So I had one, and one of them had like half a tail, probably because they were cohabbed. So one of them had like half a tail, and they were in just horrible shape. Horrible shape. That video is also on my YouTube channel. Ooh. Now, you okay? I felt this. You popping your knuckles over there? She's popping her knuckles. Don't be trying to choke me. I'm watching you. But anyway, so that was when I first met her, and then like that following, what was it, so it was 2 years later. So she was actually like 3 years old when I got her. She was all skin and bones, just a tiny little, smaller than my 3-year-old that I have here. She was smaller than that, and all skin and bones. They were feeding, get this, they were feeding live mice, but they were mice. This is a 3-year-old. At the time, she was 3. Mice this big. And he was like, oh yeah, I just throw a bunch of them in there. Excuse me? Please give me these animals. So eventually they did give me the animals. And I kept her because goddamn, look at that. I mean now, but she's 3 times bigger now. Oh, she's huffing and puffing. I just want to show how big she is with my hand right there. Look how big she is. Oh, don't you dare shit on me. I can feel you. I can feel her bubbly gutting it. Yeah, no, she's a monster. She's so big. And just all muscle. Look at her. I mean, she got a little bit of, well, it's not really rolls. More like skin folds, not really rolls, but she's a big girl. She's definitely like, I can't quite, even with my nails, I can't quite touch around her, even on a narrower part of her body. And over here, she's just this gigantic bread loaf. Look at that. Bread loaf shaped. Gorgeous. Look at the iridescence. You can actually see the blue iridescence reflecting from the light. This is a beautiful animal. This is another one that, unless my mom decides to take her or is able to take her, I won't give her to anybody else. And the only reason why I would give her to my mom is because I would build the enclosure and I would most likely be taking care of it. But, she can't have it where she is now because my mom's boyfriend's kind of scared of, well, I can't really say scared of the snakes, but scared of the snakes getting his cats. He's got a couple of older cats. And he doesn't want, and I tried to explain, it doesn't happen unless, because I got cats. But the reality is if my cat comes up to here and starts, you know, teasing her through the door, she's going to strike at the door. She will try. But, you know, I mean, so if she's loose and got a hold of a cat, that's a good night kitty. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's just, you're not gonna get it out of the snake state. Don't get mad at me because you slapped yourself. She huffed at me for smacking herself with her tail. You know, 25 pounds really isn't a lot until you've been holding it up for a while. Then it's like, ugh. Okay. There we go. That's better. Might have to cut it because I think I'm about spent now. But, I mean, I get questions and emails all the time. I have stuff on I try to address things in video so that you guys could refer to it instead of just, you know, checking an email. So I have videos on how to make the tubs, how to add the lighting bits. I showed you guys how I, you know, just cut a hole out of the side of the things and the other hides. And oh, let me take Steve Buscemi out. Let me put her back. Do you want to go in there? Hold on, go ahead. Wait, let me put the top on or something. Get this in there first because I'm not going to be able to lift you in the box. Alright, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go. Oh, now you don't want to go. Now she doesn't want to go. All right, now. Go on. Get in there. Go inside. Yeah, she's got to be at least 7 feet. And we did weigh her, I think it was 24 pounds. Maybe not 25, 24 pounds. I feel like I've been lifting weights. Shoot! Forgot to put the water back. I gotta clean that anyway. So. Woo! Hi, Nance. Hi. I'm such a handsome baby. Hello. There's no food, though. There's no food. It's no food. It's no food. Went from trying to come out and get the food to all of a sudden, oh, no food, zip, back into the hide. Ooh, you scare me. Sound like a buzzing bee. Hello. Hello, Bubba's. This is another one that was supposed to be female when I received it. Turned out to be a male. This was originally Princess Diana, was what I had named it. But once he grew into his tail and I knew it was a boy for sure, I was like, yeah, that's a dude. So it became Steve Buscemi because look at that face and look at those silly googly eyes. Ah! Tickling my breasticles. Come on now. Get out of my shirt, dude. He's whipping the crap out of me right now. Well, just don't poop on me, okay? Steve Boopshemi was one that we didn't quite get to see earlier because he was up in his sky hide and wouldn't come out. But nighttime, so they come out looking for food at night. So he was surfing across the front when I saw him. Oh, and now all of a sudden you don't want to be handled though. He don't want to be handled. He just want to be fed. He's a fatty. Not really. Look at him. He's not fat. He's a healthy boy. Actually pretty perfect. Got a nice crease. Got a nice muscle definition on the side there. You see those lateral lines. Good muscle definition. He's very strong, very healthy, very active. Just happens to be googly-eyed. Ooh, nice catch. Hang that back up. So we'll end it with this guy, because we didn't get to see him earlier, and I'm already on 4 hours with this one, and I think it was like 2 or 3 hours with the other one. I doubt anybody hung out all day, but if you're watching this later, thanks. Subscribe so that, you know, we can make more regular videos, or maybe even do more lives. Probably shorter than this, but I figured it was a good opportunity to show these guys off and clean some cages and stuff, because I was going to be in here by myself doing that anyway. So y'all kept me company, even though you're probably not there. But thank you anyway. All right, go ahead. That guy's good. I'd say 5.5 feet. Good 5.5 feet. Pretty big rat snake. Texas Lucy. So that's it, you guys. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time.